Well, hello. It's Sunday, TGIS. This guy back with you. And thank you all for hanging out with me. Tomorrow is Memorial Day. Remember, it's not a day for veterans. It's a day for those that we lost who served this great nation of ours. So I wore my Statue of Liberty shirt in honor of that. And yeah, not to start off on kind of a dour note, but I missed you all. Thank you for being here in my new plastic arsenal. I couldn't even get through all the comments. I'm gonna put them up on the screen. I couldn't even get through all the comments. Yeah. You guys are rad. Thank you so much for being here. Suka likes gas station nachos. Yeah, that's cool. Right on. Mo, good to see you. Tristan likes nachos. That's cool. What the what? I don't know. No idea. We're just going to jump right into it. So tonight we have Greg Brown from the DFW GI Joe Show joining us. We're going to talk all things about the show, new announcements, maybe some changes, what you guys can expect, maybe a little bit on panels and workshops. We might have somebody else jump in that has a little more information on that stuff. And I also brought a special guest over from the channel members pregame because he's a rad dude and I like having him around. So yeah, we're going to do it. Jacob Real, I got to give another huge shout out to this guy, this super awesome chat hole, because he helped me set all this up so that I could join Laser Pants on 3POA this past Wednesday. So if it wasn't for Jacob, I probably wouldn't have gotten all of this done. So again, Jacob, thank you very much. Very awesome chat hole, super toxic guy. You would all love him. And he also works at, hands down, the best mom and pop brick and mortar collectible vintage toy store in Albuquerque, Yo Toys. So on that note,
hello there. I changed shirts and everything.
You did. I saw it. You sent me a text. I'm like, I'm not reading that. I'm busy.
No, it was. Hey, thanks for inviting me, my friend. It means a lot to me. I appreciate all the. No, I didn't say all that.
You could have just said that now, like you just did. You know what I got for you, Jeff?
Oh no,
it's coming.
No,
are you ready?
No.
This is what I think of your shirt, baby.
Ay, mira, 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 mira.
You're so insensitive, Chad.
I know. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, so let's see what's going on in the chat here. James Lucas gifted not one, but 2 channel memberships. I am legally bound to give out one of these.
Wolverines! Hell yeah!
Hell yeah. Thank you very much, Mr. James Lucas. Gifted channel memberships. They really do a lot for channels. So I can't thank you enough for that. That's very, very kind of you. Stuart Jardine, what's up? Says display corners looking great. I appreciate it. This guy doesn't like it.
I did not say that I don't
Tell
like
everybody
it.
Why you don't like it, Jeff?
It looks fucking askew to me. That's it.
You know, it's a good thing we're 5 minutes in, right? Because you and the F-bombs, man, you can't refrain.
I'm sorry.
All right, at least we're already 5 minutes in, but don't F-bomb my chat to oblivion.
I will church it up from here on out.
Yeah. Oh, and good evening, by the way. Good evening. Good evening. Good evening, sir. It's good to see you. Thank you all for being here. I really did miss this. I missed hanging out. I missed talking dollies and shelfies and stuff because we like stuff.
Who doesn't?
Yeah. And you know, I'm sure at least 3 people missed this space.
At least
this face, maybe not the face, like the whole thing, top to bottom. I lost 30 pounds.
Wow.
30 pounds. Yeah. I had a little help, but it's not drugs. It's not. I lost some.
All right, let's go.
Come on, let's go. Yeah, no, I did. I lost 30 pounds. I didn't. I guess I knew I had 30 pounds to lose. The ma'am would say I definitely had 30 pounds to lose, but I lost some weight. Yeah. Suka's saying I'm there from Thursday to Monday, so I'm down for whatever. I will be there from Thursday to Monday as well, my friend.
Same.
And we can get into all sorts of trouble. I think Thursday, myself and Tater the Toy Guy, Nathan Salyer, who does a lot of work with Jay Bartlett. Again, congratulations to Bardo for hitting 100,000 friggin' subscribers.
Hell
But he
yeah.
does a lot of work with Bardo and Rob McCallum. So he does a lot of like camera work for them. But yeah, Tater and I think we're going to go get tattooed on Thursday. Yeah.
All right.
I owe him that from last year, but everybody who knows, right? The situation with my brother. So I did the best I could last year. So that's going to be a little rough.
Yeah.
For me. Maximilian Tucker, another good dude, says smiling Jeff makes me feels.
Oh,
No.
gosh.
No. I don't think I have any music that's good for that. No, I kind of don't.
All right. Well. Bum, 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 bum.
No, that's not appropriate for that. That needs like a little love song or something like that.
Yeah,
Anyway, so we need to get to the meat and potatoes, the main event, the man of the hour. Gonzo, channel member for 13 months, uses his Chad Chat trademark 2024. This fucking guy, and says, hit that like button. That would be appreciated. Somebody needs to get back into the algorithm because it's been a fucking minute. But you know, whatever, it is what it is. Jeff is the real Chuckles. Hell yeah.
That's kind of why I got the shirt when I got it, if I'm being honest. That and Dennis Nedry.
Look, I have this thing, right? I love wearing. People say Hawaiian shirts. Somebody in the chat's going to go, actually, they're called Aloha shirts. Thank you. I love wearing Hawaiian shirts. Wore my whole last deployment, right? Just boogaloo all day long. Anytime I wear one, because they're comfortable and they breathe, someone goes, oh, is that your Chuckles cosplay? Is that your Chuckles cosplay? Shut the.
Just tell him it's Dennis Nedry. That'll throw him off.
I ain't got time to be distracted by your worthless chime-ins. Go on.
Oh, get. Go outside, nerd.
Oh, Walter Goggins, you're so good. I fell in love with you in the Shield.
Kentucky Inbred says, one of the better lot lizards I've seen. You mean that pretty lady in the red dress?
I'm sure he was talking about something else, and we don't need to fucking go over that again, ever.
But is that your church shirt?
It is.
It's Sunday.
It is Sunday.
Mm-hmm. F-bomb.
That's not right.
Awkward silence.
That's just
I
mean,
guess
man.
it is appropriate. This stream would start around senior citizen late supper time. Greg, do you think that's an appropriate comment?
I haven't had my supper yet, so I don't know.
Do you need to go eat your senior citizen supper and then come back?
I ate my Heath bar before I came on, so I'm good to go.
I had my applesauce.
I bought my granola bar.
Mike Joseph, thank you for that comment.
That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit right there.
That's that bullshit, kids. That's that bullshit. That's that bullshit. Victor Matthews says, hello, Jeffy. And then Buck Fuddy says, I can only afford $2.
That's
Two.
better than me.
Speaking of dollies, and no, it's not GI Joe. I actually just got that sucker in because people should know, right? I'm a huge fan of the old Batman, the Bat. Yeah. Greg, what is up, my friend? It's good to see you.
Same here, man. Glad to see you back online. You've been
Bring back Fat Chad. Damn, man. Harsh.
That's brutal, bro.
Great Googa Mooga. On this Sunday, we praise the Lord. It is appropriate, right? That I moved my streams to Sundays. Well, actually, I moved them back to Sundays for anyone who's been with me for any length of time. But it is the Lord's Day. And, I'm a big fan of the Lord's scale. Greg, you're a fan of the Lord's scale, but you're also a fan of 1/6, the OG scale, aren't you?
I am. I have the best of both worlds because I got to enjoy both 1/6 scale and 1/18 scale, and I'm dabbling a little bit in the 1/12 scale, a little bit, not much, but a little bit.
The superior scale.
It's the hot new commodity, man. It's like I run a toy business, and we've been selling a lot of 1/12 scale figures. It's pretty interesting. So.
And we'll circle back around to Cotswold. I don't want to get too deep into like tariff drama and all that dumb shit, right? Because everybody's beat that to death, and it's the new sky is falling.
Yeah.
So I don't really want to get into the tariff talk.
Good.
I would like to come back around and talk about Cotswold, and for sure.
There's a link to Greg's store in the chat too. So if anybody wants to know what we're talking about.
Jeffy.
Well, thank you, Jeff.
Sorry for doing my job.
One of my lunches. Tony Horton, what is up, my friend? What's good? This is good. All of you fine people hanging out with Greg again. And my Fortnite friend Jeffy, who has paper thin skin and was getting his ass whiffed all night last night.
This is true. I was not good at Fortnite last night.
I would rather get a veteran's discount than a senior citizen discount. Can you get both?
My dad does.
Can you?
Yeah.
Well, I'm not a senior citizen yet, contrary to popular belief, and that bullshit. Trademark me.
Give it a few months and you can.
I never ask for veterans discounts ever.
Yeah.
Ever, never. Our good friend Elite Legend is here. Thank you for being here, Hector. It's good to see you. Says, go deep, Chad. You know I will. It's terrific you're not talking about tariffs.
Ba-da-bum-bum.
All right, Greg.
Yeah.
DFW. So,
yes.
How long has this show been a thing? Let's go all the way back.
Oh my God. I think I checked it and I posted about it. I think we go back, the DFW GI Joe Action Figure Show goes all the way back to around 2012. And then before that, it was the Great Texas GI Joe and Action Figure Expo when it was in Arlington. And there was a year hiatus between the two, and then the club took over the DFW GI Joe Collectors Club. So I would say since 2012. So it's been around for a while. So
awesome.
Yeah.
TK Storm, what's up? Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Says we're back, baby. And Joe Fan 84. Nothing wrong with being fashionably late, my friends. Yeah,
better late than never.
Yeah. All right. So obviously, last year was huge for the DFW GI Joe show, and I know that you and I have talked numerous times before.
Yes.
You're not necessarily pivoting the show, but Batman just fell over. But you're expanding the show.
Yes.
You wanna get into that? Like, where's?
Yeah, I mean, you were at the show last year, and so was Jeff. Last year was the 60th anniversary of GI Joe, so we had to throw some props, for 1964, and so we've, because of the club, our club is generally 12-inch guys, but I wanted to celebrate everything, so that's the reason why I had vintage 12-inch guys, well, not so much the guys that work there, but we had Daryl DePriest, who was a huge GI Joe 12-inch collector, so we had him talk. We had the Hasbro guys there, which was the biggest grouping we've had. And according to Dan Klingensmith, it was the biggest grouping of GI Joe guys until this year. The last time it was HasCon, when they had the large grouping of GI Joe legends. And so we wanted to do that. We did that. We did Super Joe. We did Hall of Fame. We did Classic Collection. So we really wanted to cover the whole gambit. And so this year, it's 1 year later. And so, what we've done is, last year I think we had 7 Hasbro Legends or GI Joe Legends. This year we have 10. We brought on an action figure creator, Mark Pennington. We brought in Bob Swanson, who was in marketing, so he brings a new aspect. And then we bring Guy Cassaday, Guy Cassaday made the big freaking vehicles. He was the big guy. Other than, we had Greg Bernson who did the flag, but Guy Cassaday, he brings a whole new level to the show. And then, last year, and we talked about this earlier, last year we had Larry Hama, and Larry Hama was great. We couldn't get him for this year with scheduling conflicts and such like that. But what we did is we pivoted and we said, let's bring in some of the people who worked on the animated series. And so I've been talking to Keone Young since last year about bringing him on. And then I've been talking to Michael Charles Hill about doing the show. So I had them, and then Keone and I started talking. I was like, okay, if you would build a team, who would you build? And so he said Greg Berger. He said Zach Hoffman. And so I talked to those guys. We brought them on board. And then we just announced last week that we're adding one more person to that group, and that's the voice of Zorana, Lisa Raggio. And she's phenomenal. The response has been just outrageously nuts. And so, and then what we also did is, I grew up going, the first Joe Con I ever went to was in 1998 in San Antonio. And the original GI Joe Collectors Club was in Fort Worth. So I really got to know Brian Savage. And every time I was doing a show, my model was to go back to Brian Savage's model. You have it at a hotel, you have the show in the hotel. Yeah. You have workshops, you have panels, you have different activities for everybody to do during the day and during the night. And so this is the first year, because we moved it from Grapevine, which is north of the airport, to Irving, which is just east of the airport, and we're at the DFW Airport Marriott Hotel. And so, Friday, all new stuff. If you're a Commander's Package holder, and I know you tease me about that name, we have 5 different workshops just for people who bought a Commander's Package. We have a photography workshop that we have 3 very talented guys who do figure photography for predominantly 3 3/4 inch and 6 inch, but it can also carry over 12 inch. We have a guy that builds dioramas, builds some beautiful dioramas. So he's going to have a workshop. Then, of course, we got Mikey and John, and they're going to be doing a workshop on how get back custom building a 6-inch figure. That's the only one that's like a paid admission, because they're providing these components to build this figure. But it's going to be a pretty intensive one. And then Scott Wild, who has been, we jokingly say he's world renowned for a 12-inch figure repair, will be set up. And then finally, I've got a good buddy down in San Marcos. His call sign is TX Customs, and he does beautiful customization on 1/18 scale vehicles. He can take a Lenard vehicle, he can take a Chatmay vehicle, he can take a GI, Hasbro vehicle, and he has these really great techniques on further customization to make them really good. So, this is something I've been wanting to do, and like I said, we couldn't do it last year because of the logistics. We had the hotel separate, but this is an all new thing that we're going to be doing on Friday for the people who bought the Commander's Package. So, pretty stoked.
By the way,
yeah.
While you were going through that, which was very, very well informed, did you practice that? You've just been saying it so much,
no,
you know what? The beats.
What's funny is you're the first podcast that I'm doing that I've done that. Man, brother, I've been working on this thing since last year, and so I say this crap in my sleep. Me and Bob have just been working on it and everything like that. So literally, if you come and you see me laying down, I'll probably be going,
In
build
your
a bit of a
sleep.
workshop with Kunitz, and stuff like that. But yeah,
I don't know while you were saying all of that, which was a lot of
it was
info.
a lot. Yes.
Did you notice everything that I was throwing up about package?
Yeah. Package. Yeah. Commander's package. Look at the Commander's package. Yeah.
I love the Commander's package.
Yeah. We got a really big Commander's package this year. You have to have two hands to hold the Commander's package this year.
It's huge.
It's huge. Huge. Yeah.
Huge. Well, we don't have Mikey on. Only Mikey can do that. So
you have to hold it just like that. Huge.
Mikey from JMK Custom Works. Who the fuck is this animated Greg Brown imposter? I had to. Yeah, I started. Jay Gonzo, channel member for 13 months, has hit that like button. Thank you very much, Gonzo. It definitely helps with the algorithm. Look, I'm a big fan, not only because I'm on YouTube, but I believe in the YouTube etiquette. Whenever I go into a video or a stream or whatever, the very first thing I do is I hit the like button.
Yep.
Yeah. Wilhelm Toy and Hobby, good friend of mine, and also another lover of the Lord scale, says, Chad, Jeff, Greg, chat. Thank you for using your Chad chat. Trademark me, Will. And Suka gifted 10 freaking channel membership. Thank you, Suka. Thank you to everyone who won those channel memberships, and we'll see you on the next members only stream. Kentucky Impact channel member for 10 months says, like button hit toxic. Everybody in the chat can see that, but we can't. We can't see that. Good friend Ryan Laserpants, who will also be at DFW GI Joe Show with exclusive 3 POA items.
Awesome.
Got some poker chips, and some buttons. I have exclusive stickers. Vishay and Samantha will have Fellowship of the Dolly 2025 patches. There's going to be a lot of cool, like
swag,
community driven, exclusive stuff floating around DFW this year. So that's going to be really cool. But Ryan sends a $2 super chat. Thank you very much, Ryan. It says, "Hey, Chad, is that your Chuckles cosplay?" No, it's not. Thanks, Ryan. I love you very much. I got you this.
Ay, mira.
Good Lord. Where do you get these videos, man?
Look,
he gets them from hell.
Feed is nightmare fuel.
Oh my God.
It is the worst.
Just threw up in my mouth.
I send stuff to people. Zakanan won't even open stuff that I send him anymore. Like, I'll send him all this stuff that I think is hilarious, and he only responds with, "Nope." He just won't even open them.
Oh my God.
Unless they're raccoons. He'll open stuff that's raccoons. But,
you should find a misleading video with a raccoon and send it to him.
I can't control what
Trojan horse that thing.
Curb Stomp. Our good friend Curb Stomp sends a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Curb Stomp, and says, "Here's another F-bomb. Time to head back to the grind. Have a great stream, my dudes." Thanks for being here, Curb Stomp. Appreciate you swinging by, and thank you for the super chat. Maximilian Tucker, thank you very much for your channel membership. David, thank you for gifting a channel membership, and I owe this to you and Suka because I'm contractually obligated, so
it's not going to be late.
Wolverines! Hell yeah!
Hell yeah! Thank you, David and Suka, for gifting those channel memberships. I greatly appreciate it. Mother Slug, looking like you lost a lot of weight, or is it just me? No, I lost 30 pounds. Yeah, I did. So thanks for noticing. Yeah. No, I needed to lose some weight. So I got the weight off. And I plan on keeping it off. But yeah, I did. I lost a good deal of weight.
Good.
Shane from Same Time Toys is going to be at DFW.
Whoa!
Yeah.
Shane's good people. You're gonna love him when you meet him. He's a damn good dude.
I
Good.
think it's a testament, Greg, to all of you guys who put in all the hard work for this show. Just the Hasbro legends that you guys bring, and now you're expanding on that with, Guy Cassaday right off the bat. As soon as you texted me and told me that you had Guy coming, I mean, you made my whole year, dude, because
Really?
you know how I am with all of Guy Cassaday's work, especially the unproduced Cobra Island.
Cobra
right?
Island, yeah.
I'm working with people to get that playset made,
Yeah.
because to me it is the tippy top of unproduced a real American hero anything.
It's amazing.
It is the grail of unproduced Joe, and
Yeah.
I want to see it made. I want to see people get a hold of it. Guy's been super supportive of us bringing that thing to life, and I can't wait to just see him in person. So
Guy is he's just awesome. And what's really nuts, man, is all of these guys are super down to earth, and they're just they're kind of amazed that there's this following of people that want to talk to them and want to hear about what they've done and see what they've done. And so, I mean, that's the reason why I do this, is because the guys back in the 60s who, John Mitchell did some really good books, and so did Daryl do some really good books about the people that worked on the 60s Joes. They're not here anymore.
Yeah.
And I think there are 2 people that are alive who worked on, maybe 3 that worked on the Adventure Team line. Strangely enough, Ron Rudat was part of that team. He worked a very small part on it, but there's not very many of them. So we have a cornucopia of people that worked on the 80s line. And I feel that it's our responsibility to get them at the shows, to talk to people, and to preserve that legacy. That's the reason why, we recorded every single panel that we did last year, and we posted them all to the YouTube channel. So people who didn't make it, they can watch it. But this is history, man. This is a national icon. GI Joe is a national icon for the collecting community and for kids and everything else. I mean,
it is 100% part of like the American zeitgeist. You
cannot exactly. Yeah. So that's the reason why that I've always wanted to make an effort. I mean, man, if I could bring every one of them, there's more people. There's a lot more people that worked on it. And maybe next year we'll be able to. And I have to say, thanks to people sponsors. I mean, Chad, you're one of them. Golden sponsors who have helped to bring in additional people for the show so they can be there to talk, and be part of the
Ponzi scheme, right? Like, you do for me, I do for you. Yeah, no, it's not.
Yeah, right. Yeah,
Let me.
I'm making so much money off of this, Chad.
Don't tell anybody. Maximilian Tucker. I only missed last year because they cut my head off. Yeah, he literally had all sorts of ridiculous surgeries, and Max, we're glad that you're recovering well.
Wow.
He said no excuses this year. Commander's package in hand.
It's 2 hands now.
Oh yeah, it's 2 hands.
2 hands. Last year was 1 hand.
Yeah. Well, Maximilian, I'm glad you're going to be there, my friend. Mother Slug. You know what? Mother Slug, I'm going to come back around to this. We'll come back to this because I don't want to say it's off topic, but it's probably a longer conversation than just a comment. Man of Action, any word on the Cobra Castle? Do you mean Cobra Island?
I think you might.
If you mean the unproduced Cobra Island playset from Guy Cassaday that I and some other people are working on, I kind of already answered that. But if you mean something else, throw it in the chat, man, and I'll get to it. So,
gotcha.
Is for that. All right, so I'm just gonna pull this shit. I'm gonna pull this shit up, Greg. Let's look at some awesomeness. All right, so we already talked about Guy Cassaday, right?
Yep, you got it.
So, I mean, name it, right? Rolling Thunder, Mobile Command Center, right? The Tackle Box of Freedom, the General, a whole bunch of stuff. This guy he is the master of big, intricate items for a real American hero. I'm so glad that you guys got Guy Cassaday. We already kind of talked about it, but yeah.
Mhm.
Oh, Suka, we're gonna talk about this again here in a minute. So let me just star this. We'll come back to this. And Man of Action says yes, the Cobra Island playset. So real quick, since we're on Guy Cassaday, the unproduced Cobra Island playset is happening with input from Guy Cassaday himself. Without Guy's input, the playset would be like 75-80% his original vision, and then 25 to 20% creative liberties. But we want to get it as accurate to Guy's original vision as possible. So there's a couple of things, like when the lid's closed, he never drew what that looked like. So I asked him, hey, could you just draw it up? Most of the shit he just like drew on scrap paper and napkins and stuff. Somebody owns all of the original designs that he made. I'm not trying to throw shade. They don't really want to share them. So we could produce this play set. So we're just we're doing the best that we can. It will happen. Thank God, like 50% of it is it's reuse from other shit, but that's how a real American hero worked, right?
Yep.
Just how it rolled. Masterson 42, what's up? Says I will be working Kickley's booth some as well. Well, I'm glad you're gonna be there. It'll be good to see you again, my friend.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
Avi, Figure Fight Club says, gotta jump, guys. We'll catch the replay. Have a good stream. Thank you for being here, my friend. Yeah.
Avi's cool cat. He's gonna be at your show too, Greg.
Awesome, dude.
Yeah, Rodimus, what's up? Good to see you. Yeah, Abi's going to be at DFW. Abi's also going to go to San Diego Comic-Con with myself and Laser Pants Ryan.
Wow.
And we're probably going to get in a fist fight with some other YouTubers. Just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Throw down.
There's going to be a lot of people, a lot of first timers at DFW this year. So I'm really excited that, you know, the show itself is expanding upon successes and bringing in not only new guests like Guy, Lisa Raggio, right, the voice of Zorana, but also you know, new attendees. So it'll be awesome.
It's cool because you've got Ish from IshCon coming too, and he runs a big con on the East Coast, so that's
really
yep.
Yeah.
Damn, that's cool.
Yep. And
you gotta get in the know, man.
Right?
Man, I'm sorry. Next, I need to talk to you more. I need to talk to both of you more. I've just been a little recluse over here, so I'm sorry.
I don't blame you, man.
Dude,
I'm
you
sorry.
and I talk all the time. But
I'm sorry.
You got
I gotta
my
be better.
number. You know where I'm at. It's all good. I gotta hit this before the man goes. Abby from Figure Fight Club gifted 5 Chad channel memberships. Thank you, Abby, very much. I greatly appreciate you. And you, my friend, thank you so much. Congratulations to the 5 of you who won those. I'm not going to look it up. Do it yourself.
Good fuck.
Jay Gonzo will be at San Diego Comic-Con. It'll be good to see you there, my friend. Yeah. Mo says, internet beef is at an all-time high. Let the fighting begin.
Jesus.
I don't want to get off subject, but I am going to say I told you so. I am a Chad. That's what we do. Do you remember like a year ago, Jeff? Greg, I don't know if you do, but I know Jeffy remembers this. And a lot of you in the chat will remember when I said once classified starts hitting like their dry spells, wait for these people to either eat each other or start a bunch of internet shit. I did say that. Because yeah, that's what they do.
Gonna eat their own.
Oh yeah, they're all
well, not all of them, but some of them do, and you know that's neither here nor there. But yeah, it's getting pretty bad in some circles because holy shit, they're just dollies, guys. You know,
it's a plastic
like
toy,
man fight scene. Yeah, whatever.
Wow.
Okay, Mother Slug says I never understood the General as a vehicle. I understand it was mainly to sell more of the toy line for money, but in a logical way, it makes no sense. Like, how do you transport a vehicle like that, really? Dude, the General's rad. Have you ever put your hands on it?
It's a
Mother
beast.
Sub, like honest question, have you ever played with the General? Because as far as vehicle playsets go, that thing is freaking brilliantly designed, man.
It's big.
Yeah, that's what she said. I love it.
I don't think I've ever seen one in person, if I'm being
I've
honest.
never seen one in person either. Because, but it's a beast, man.
Well, I had two. I gave one away.
You're so nice.
Isn't that what it should be about, though? I don't know. Whatever.
We call it Joe
a
Carmen,
friend
man.
came to visit me when I was getting ready to move all of this, and I was like, "Hey, do you have a General?" And he said, "No." I said, "Well, you're doing me a favor by taking this." So I just gave him a General. Yeah. K-Dog, what's up, dude? Have fun, guys, and good stream. Off to work. Thanks for swinging by, and I hope you catch the rest on replay. Yeah. Oh, man, your caps lock is going nuts. The General was crazy. I love that vehicle. That was like a mobile Joe base. Yeah, absolutely.
There was, yeah.
100%. V. Conley uses his Chad Chat channel member for 13 months. It says, I have my commander's package, and Samantha has her General's jugs.
There you go. I'm gonna have to add that for next year.
Oh, yes. What the
fuck did I just hear?
That was good. Good job. Yeah, good job on that. Dollies are worth begging for. They are, yeah.
Yep.
Oh, wait, the mobile command center has an elevator. Yes, it does. It has an external elevator.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah.
Good Lord, I gotta get one.
I don't.
Yeah, it's got an elevator. Dude,
the only thing that I'm
anything,
after,
yeah.
the only thing that I'm after for 1/18 scale is a Sky Striker. It could be kind of worse for wear. Doesn't matter to me. I want to throw some VFW 22 stickers on it for the bounty hunters back in the 80s from stationed at Miramar and give it to my dad. That's all I want.
Jerk's here. What's up, Jerky? Good to see you,
Jerk.
buddy. Thanks for being here.
Yo,
Trying to
Joe.
keep up on everybody who's jumping in. Oh, Robert's Infinite Realms is here and cooking.
Oh,
Yeah, are you cooking meth? Inquiring minds want to know.
he's in East Texas. He is.
World Made of Cardboard was at the show last year. We'll be at the show this year.
Really?
I have the Commander's package. I'm really looking forward to seeing everyone. Man, it'll be good to see you again. For
Awesome.
Hell yeah, man. It was awesome meeting you last year. I can't wait to meet you again.
Then, yeah. All right. So Guy Cassaday.
Yep.
Jamie Sullivan, awesome
Yep.
artist.
New this year. Yep.
Yep. Yeah, he's new. George Vega,
Yeah.
fantastic artist. He did posters for last year. He's doing posters for this year. He's a phenomenal artist and a really awesome dude.
Super great guy.
I can't wait to get a hold of more artwork from him and get everybody to sign it again.
Mhm.
Chris from Cutthroat. Wow, Chad is jumping fast. It is. It's good to have everybody here, man. I feel like we're cooking with gasoline, kids. We're back on track. Yep. And then Jeffy, thank you for throwing that in. If you want to follow along with us.
I mean, it's like the best reading book ever, only with F words and ladies mentioned.
Yeah. All right, so we got George Vega coming back. He's a really freaking awesome dude. Bob Swanson, dude.
Yeah.
The Swan. That's cool that you got Swanson coming.
Yeah. Yeah, we
So,
wanted to get some representation on all the different realms, so that's why we brought Bob in for marketing.
I want to ask you this. With
Yeah.
with everybody here watching, this might kind of put you on the spot. We're friends, so I don't care. You know what you're getting into when you come around these parts, right?
It's scary, yes, but I'm okay.
Shit happens. So
Shit happens.
you've got representations from Adventure Team all the way up. My question to you, you got Daryl, you got Bobby in the same building. Have you ever considered or broached the conversation? That the two of them were around during the anniversary time frame, Pursuit of Cobra. Have you ever thought about,
We yes. Put me on the spot. Yes. I wanted to give Daryl will be at the show. But Daryl wants to be there as a vendor. And but Daryl and I talked last year. We talked about a bunch of different other topics. So I kind of wanted to give Daryl a year off I had a plan for Daryl to be involved in something else, but that hasn't come through yet. But definitely, because yeah, these guys, what they were working on and stuff like that, and Daryl especially, no shame on Bobby, but Daryl was involved with a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah,
and
absolutely. And that's what I kind of noticed, like as an attendee, as someone who knows more about GI Joe than most of you. Just kidding. No, totally just kidding. Daryl's always there, but he's just there like unassuming, like, hey, I got a booth. And I'm like, so many people walk by him and they don't realize, like, dude, you just walked by Daryl DePriest. Like, do you not know what that guy fucking did? So
what's funny, what's funny about Daryl? Yeah. What's funny about Daryl, I knew Daryl when Daryl was set up beforehand, before he even went to go work for Hasbro. And when Daryl went to go work, because he'd done the book, and so we all knew him. Yep. And we'd all hang out. And then when he went to Hasbro, it was like, oh, one of our own, has been accepted into the inner sanctum. And so for me, it's like it's kind of weird, because he was doing that, and then he just came back. And I keep saying people are down to earth. Daryl's super down to earth, but yeah, he definitely is a valuable asset, I would say, of the show and of GI Joe. And we're definitely last year he was popping off stuff to me. He's like, man, we could do this and we could do this, we could do this. And I was like, we're going to, man. We're gonna, because Daryl's young. We got a lot of stuff cooking for him. So
I love Daryl. We all went to dinner, like the Valaverse guys, Laser Pants,
right,
Ninja, myself, Daryl, and just to see Daryl and Bobby like sit and just talk about like when they were there together and talk about like their old times. It was awesome. Mojo, what's up, man? It's good to see you. Thanks for being here, brother. And then Shay Conley says, I bought some figures from Daryl's booth. He is a national treasure.
He is. He's a great guy.
I have a question.
You were actually in the stream with me and Daryl when I put him on the spot about Lorenzo Di Bonaventura.
You sure did.
Yeah, I did. Yeah,
you did.
And look, that's how pivotal Daryl DePriest is. He was in the room when Lorenzo Di Bonaventura said that. He remembers that shit.
I have a question.
Around. That's all I'm saying.
I have a question for Greg about the show.
What you got?
So you've got like everybody that's worked on everything, like for the most part, for the last 40 years or whatever from Joe. And like, no offense, that's cool as hell. Because, that's part of history. It's important.
Mm-hmm.
What about classified folks? Have you tried to get any of those guys that have worked on it? There's Chad about to spit out his drink. I know. But I hate to say
Elizabeth, I'm coming.
I don't hate to say this, but I like classified Joes. And like it'd be cool to get some of their like info, like Shooting the Galaxy, the dude that did all the photos for them before he got shit banned. That would have been awesome to see. Like have you tried reaching out to them or anything?
I haven't. When you first said classified, I was like, well, we're gonna have Kurt Groen talking about classified. Yeah, Joe classified. Well, the other one, the classic collection. And all that. To be honest with you, we haven't. There was one person we were considering bringing. Dan and I were talking to that person, but we thought it might be a little bit too soon, a little bit too fresh, because he no longer works there. And but we didn't pursue that. But definitely, man. After the thing, let's talk about it, because that's the thing. I'm already working on 2026 right now. I'm working on 2025. I'm already working on 2026, and if we have people that are interested in that, I'm all game for it. We just gotta, talk to the people and see if they're interested. So,
yeah,
Ryan would know. Shooting Galaxy still works for Hasbro.
I didn't know if he still worked there or not, so my apologies if I stated that he didn't.
I'm just going to drop this.
Yeah.
Ed tried numerous times with Joe Fest. I know that there is no fucking beef between DFW and Joe Fest. There is no beef. I know people like to do the whole blah, 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 right?
I love the show.
There is no beef, but I know for a fact before he and I had our whatever, Ed tried numerous times to get the classified team, and no, they don't. So Tristan knows it. I know for a fact that they, being the GI Joe team at Hasbro, wanted to go to Joe Fest, and their bosses said, "You don't have an exclusive to sell. How many people attend this con? We're not going to make any money from it." No, like they only care about San Diego Comic-Con, Toy Fair, whatever, things like that.
Yeah, New York Comic-Con, New York Comic-Con. Well, no, wait, New York
Rhode
Toy Fair.
Island Comic-Con, but they're a Rhode Island company. I understand that, but they're not going to do the GI Joe themed stuff. They're going to do the big corporate cons because they can do exclusives. They can make money. And I'm not saying it's the people on the team. It's their corporate bosses tell them no. They always shoot it down.
That just seems like, I'm not a businessman, like, to by any means, but that just seems counterproductive to promoting your brand.
It's a little myopic, yeah.
It is, but remember, Hasbro wants Hasbro fans.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
They want company fans. They don't want fans of IPs. They want Hasbro top-down fans. So
see, that's where I get a little. Yeah.
Hasbro, right? They got to appeal to their shareholders. Shareholders come first, right? Not the consumers, the shareholders. They're just not going to spend that money. They're not going to do it.
Okay.
I know for a fact that 2 years ago, it was, well, if we can't go as, the GI Joe team from Hasbro, we're just going to go as attendees. That got shot down too because they're just going to get cornered, so.
That's sad.
Kevzilla, what is up, my dude? It's good to see you. Mother Slug says, a friend of mine was just at Hasbro headquarters last month. Do you believe Hasbro had the local police ask them to leave the area and stop filming from the sidewalk?
Oh, wow.
I mean, they have I believe it, but they also, there's also a right to the corporation and blah, blah, blah. But I mean, that's still bullshit. I mean, fans want to go see Mecha, and if you can't get a picture or two or a video of Mecha, then maybe it's not Mecha anymore,
Can you still take a picture with Mr. Potato Head out there?
I hope so.
I love Mr. Potato Head.
I mean, we're not here to discuss Hasbro and their bullshit and whatever.
Yeah.
I mean, Jeff, it was a fair question, but that's when we start spiraling into all that stuff. Like, they're not gonna do Joe related cons. They're not. They won't. They can't.
Okay. Yeah. Then that's all that I needed to know. And I apologize if we spiraled. I wasn't trying to. I was just curious because
No. It's all good. Yeah, like our good friend Matt Rubin says.
Way to go, Jeff. Oh.
Way to go, Jeff.
Oh.
I'm gonna fucking mute you.
Go change your shirt and come back.
let me hit a couple of these real quick. TK Storm, channel member for 10 months. Thank you very much, my friend. Uses his Chad chat and says you should re-implement the word of the day. I'm gonna. The word of the day and the imbecile of the week. Those are both coming back. So yes, thank you very much.
Imbecile of the week. That's awesome.
You don't remember that?
I do. It just the title makes me laugh every damn time I hear it.
Well, that's funny because I still have this.
Yo, asshole! You look like you bumped your head or something. An imbecile. Ain't no Chris Angel mind freak, David Blaine trapdoor horse shit jumping off here.
Yeah, so we'll be bringing that back.
Thank God.
There's a lot of stuff that we could use for that. Anyway, but yes, TK Storm, we will be doing that. Vishay Conley, channel member for 13 months. Thank you as always, my friend. It will be great to see you and Samantha again. Says, I already read that.
You already read that.
My bad. I'm sorry. Vishay also says, I got all of the Joe creators to sign one of George Vega's posters for my older brother. He has it hung up next to his Army Awards.
That's cool.
That's fantastic. I actually just found my poster from George from last year. Just put it up in my game room.
There you go.
Both of your signatures on it and a lot of other awesome people. I love doing that at every show. Anybody I meet, I love meeting people, and anybody who walks up to me or just says hi or whatever, I'm like, hey, cool, nice to meet you. You want to sign my poster? Blue Serendipity. Is there anything G.I. Joe that was produced that its Chad doesn't have? Yep. by choice. A few items.
Few.
Yes, ma'am. If you want the list, you know how to get a hold of me. But yes, there are a few items that I don't have. And our good friend Ryan Laserpants, all the way from the 3PO8 podcast, sends a $10 super chat and says, Daryl gave me a ride back to the hotel that night after our dinner.
Sweet.
Our conversation was the best podcast I've ever done that I didn't record. I need to get him on the show. Dude, you freaking should, man. Daryl, well, I'm obviously Ryan, you know he's awesome. Everybody who's ever met Daryl DePriest knows he's awesome, and he is a fantastic guest. Thank you for the super chat, my friend, and it'll be good to see you again as well. Our good friend Matt Tracker Rubin, channel member for 13 months. Gotta love hopping into the chat on the alt account and not getting the membership perks.
That's a Matt move right there, if I ever heard one.
Hey, he's going to game with us tomorrow, yeah?
Yeah, he is. He's going to play Wrath of Cobra with us.
Sweet. Cool. All right, let's get back to the main. All right, cool. Yeah, Hasbro, send the Pinkertons after you. Watch out. Yeah. Our good friend Hal Jordan. Well, knuckle drag my ass across glass. I'm frickin' late. Chad won't see this for like an hour. You want to rethink that?
It's better to be seen than not seen at all. Unless you're a ninja.
Yeah. It's better to be late than to not show up. I need all you people. I need you. I've been gone for too long. I need it. I need the support. Anyway, all right, let's get back to this. So Kurt Groen, you already talked about Kurt a little bit. But he'll be there as well. He was there last year.
Yep.
Really awesome guy. Sergeant Savage is near and dear to my heart. Just the way that, Savage was that love letter that Kirk Pazigian and Kubert worked on, and he got a lot of the other people, the Hasbro Joe alumni to work on it. Ground up, still part of Joe, but parallel to a Real American Hero, not to replace it, but to, work in tandem with it, larger scale. And it met the same fate as a Real American Hero at the same time. So it's bittersweet. I love it, but it sucks. Greg will be back as well. Greg Bernston.
Fantastic guy.
Yeah, totally awesome guy. And then this guy, the godfather of frickin' GI Joe.
He's phenomenal. He's like the biggest cheerleader for our show. I mean, he is on our page all the time, and he's always commenting and stuff like that. I mean, you've seen his comments.
Well, I sent his ass an invite, but you know how Kirk rolls, right? Like he'll see this next week. So
you got to contact him a month in advance. Yeah. Great guy.
Yeah. Man of Action, Hasbro painted themselves into a corner with falling on their DEI sword. I'm actually working on a DEI in JOE video, and I'm working on that. So whatever. Rob says, I'll be the guy to say it. I kind of miss the club figure subscription service. I do too. Initially they were going to bring that back.
I missed the opportunity to be able to subscribe to it because I don't have a lot of 3/18 or 1/18 or 4-inch. That'd be cool to get into it that way.
Yeah.
Brian and the team had a good thing going with that.
Yeah. And that kind of ties in the Haya GI Joe stuff, which we'll come back around to that when we talk about Cotswold.
Okay.
You and I have had numerous conversations about the whole Haya Joe, love-hate relationship thing going on. Kirk! Kevzilla, thank you so much. Channel member for 13 months says, I'm very happy to see Chad streaming and screaming again.
Mm-hmm.
No. How sweet
it's nice
is
to have you
that?
back, buddy.
You get this. Yeah, little scream just for you, my friend. Look, it feels great. It feels great to be back. I missed it. Obviously, I took the break. I needed it. I worked diligently for over a year, just 2 videos, 2 streams every week for over a year. And my kiddo had to graduate high school. We had to move. I had to retire. There was a lot of stuff going on, a lot of life changes. So it's good to be here, and I missed all of you.
We missed you too.
Oh, thanks, Greg.
Yeah.
You're gone?
I will definitely be there. My room is booked, and I can't wait.
Awesome.
Slade on Slade. Room is booked.
Sweet.
Yeah. Man, I miss using Joe point or flag points too.
God.
You know what? Flag points. This guy, Kirk Bazigian. Everything that is the visual language of GI Joe, this guy right here. Blueprints, Kirk. Assemble the vehicles yourself, Kirk, right?
Yeah.
File cards, Kirk's idea, implemented by Larry Hama because the whole Empire Strikes Back and the pause year and everything like that. Flag points, Kirk. The mail away stuff, all Kirk. All of that. The Manta, Hooded Cobra Commander, Major Blood, Duke, all that stuff, Kirk.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I didn't realize that he did all that. I never knew that he did all that. That's cool.
all Kirk. Yeah.
Marketing, baby. It's all marketing. Yeah.
Marketing, yeah. Great marketing.
And that's what makes you wonder. I'm going to tie back in, something that Jeff incorporated into our conversation. Kirk did all of that. Daryl too, later on, right down the road. And I'm not trying to shit on somebody who can't defend themselves, but what the fuck does Emily do? I'm not trying to be a dick, but you do YouTube streams. I miss the days of stuff like this. I miss it.
I'll be right back. I gotta go feed Dobby.
Okay, have fun.
Oh yeah.
That's the sound Chad made when he smashed his man. I swear that finger, it's still all fucked up. But anyway, Eric says, I miss Chad, but definitely miss the goat. Yeah. Dom Von Doom throwing shade. Anyway, here you go. This is good. Will you have more World Peacekeeper sets?
All right, I got to tell you a story about the World Peacekeeper sets.
Oh man. Okay, everybody, get your pillow. Here we go.
Get your pillow. It's gonna be a long story. Papa's about to talk.
I'm gonna move this guy.
I moved mountains.
That's great, Greg. Okay, moving on. No, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Go ahead.
No, I moved mountains to get those sets there, and we did phenomenal with it. But then I got the shipping bill from DHL after the show was over.
Ooh.
And I was like, oh, I didn't know it was going to be that much. So, and also, MNC Toy Center, they're shifting. And they're shifting production facilities. So they're kind of in an influx transitional phase right now. So we're not getting anything from them. So unfortunately, we won't have all the cool shit that we had last year for that. So I apologize. Yeah, if I would have had to done it, I would have had to done it via ship, and then that would have probably hit during the bad word tariff time, and it would not have been pretty. So
I gotta say, as far as Greg Brown's stories go, that wasn't a very long one.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I can make it longer.
No.
When I was 5 years old.
You know what? While you were telling that story, see, this is why I love everyone who hangs out, all the Chad holes, because they like to instigate while you were telling your story. Yeah, because they know all they got to do is that, and then this is going to come.
Just checking in. Have you drank water today? Did you eat? Did you take your meds?
I don't just randomly do it.
Where do you find these idioms?
See, they just do it. They throw it up because then they know I'm going to star it, and I'm going to be like, "Oh man, it's going to happen."
It's science, people! Science!
Just like that.
Just like that.
Mm-hmm. Just like that.
Just like that.
It's kind of a running joke because there are some people in the GI Joe YouTubing community that's you know, they don't like my editing and they don't like my clips, and that's fine because I like them and I think they're funny. So Eric said, I do not miss that thing. Jeff, did you see it?
Yeah, definitely. I'm so sad that I missed it, but it's okay because I saw it still. I definitely saw it. Yep, 100%. Definitely saw it.
I think you're lying.
No, sir.
That's okay. Anyway, we're going to move on. So Kirk, again, the man, right? The man, the myth, the legend.
Legend, yes.
You know, him, Bob Prupis with Operation Blastoff, bringing back G.I. Joe, they literally changed the face of the toy industry, toy marketing, all of that stuff. Like, you know, Kenner and Star Wars, they did a good job, but these guys, they just expanded on it and fucking ran with it, man.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Remember how long was it? Real American Hero, was it 12 years?
12 years, 82 to 94. Yeah.
At 94, yeah. That's a pretty long run, you know.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, I understand. I've listened to Vinny talk about, you know, the last kind of year and change, and there's no media, and there was this, and sales were declining. But at the same time, you still got to put that caveat in there that 1993 was the second biggest year in the history of the IP. Now, granted, there wasn't a lot of other stuff going on in 93, but it was still the second biggest year from 64 to that time.
Really?
Yeah. 86 and 93 were the two biggest years G.I. Joe ever had since 1964 to now.
I did not know that.
How did you not know that?
I was in college and looking for girls. Sorry.
Jesus, Greg.
Yeah. I was trying to graduate from college, bro.
It's science, Greg.
Sorry. Can I go home now?
No.
No.
Rob, I got a question. Is the Mega Construx G.I. Joe line dead at one set, or are there more planned? Are you talking about the Mattel Hasbro collab that they just did, the Sky Striker and the Hiss? Yeah. Is that what you're talking about? I believe that's what you're talking about. Give me a yay or a nay on that. Yeah.
Dobby?
Yes. I haven't heard that it's dead, that it's gone. But yeah. Yes, 93 also had the return of the 12-inch Joes. That is correct. Viper Scout, it's good to see you, my man.
What's up, Viper? See, those came in the blue boxes, right? By Sideshow?
Yeah, like the Hooded Cobra Commander, God forbid.
The Hall of Fame series, yeah.
Yeah, they're so good. They're all in my game room, or I would bust one out right now. Kaiju says, I don't think there's any plans. Well, they haven't said there are no more coming, but yeah, whatever. But they also didn't say, we're going to put that line on pause, because you know what that's corporate speak for.
Dead.
Anyway, okay, so Kirk, moving on. I'm still trying to double duty everything.
Yep.
Vinny, man. Again, we were just talking about Vinny, but Vinny did a lot of awesome stuff with Joe in the 90s.
Yep.
Yeah. I know a lot of people want to crap on the 90s. P.S. This vehicle is freaking awesome. If you like the Mega Marines or not, it's still a fantastic toyetic vehicle. But Headhunter Stormtrooper, I will put the Headhunter Stormtrooper up against any other Army builder any day, and he will 99.9% come out on top.
Wow.
It's a fantastic figure.
It's a neat looking figure.
Oh God, I love it. Yeah, just, you know, Ghost Striker X16, Ace version 3, Shipwreck version 2, General Flag. There's a lot of great figures from the 90s that I think too many people just discount them. They
kind of overlook them.
Oh, everything was fucking neon. No, not true.
No,
not true at all.
Not all of it, no.
Awesome.
The Shark 9000 is a fantastic vehicle.
Yeah. Hey, your boys from Patriot Force are here.
Plug says, Eco Warrior Cesspool is my favorite character.
There you go.
Yep. Cesspool is Vinny.
Yep, he is.
Yeah, Vinny is cesspool. And cesspool.
Cesspool.
Headman and the Headhunters. Oh yeah. Yeah, I like the Headhunters, but I was glad that they actually removed the Headhunter Stormtrooper from under Headman's chain of command. Matt Tracker Rubin, I had the Hall of Fame Storm Shadow, loved it, thought it was large.
He's large.
Large and inch.
That's what she said.
Sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off there, Craig.
It's okay. Just as long as you don't show those goats and those screaming whatever those monsters were that were on the screen.
Are you baiting me?
No.
It feels like you're baiting me.
Greg,
Yeah.
why would you do that?
Why would I do that? I don't know.
Why would you
I don't
do
want
that?
to see any more goats, Chad.
Greg, why would you do this?
Okay,
Why are
whatever.
I want, if I
Peter
see a
says-
goat, Chad.
That's that bullshit, Greg. Peter says 93 was my peak year, and then they took it all away. Yep, sure did. Yep. And then everybody's talking about the aliens, the lunartics. Lunartics, get it?
Lunartics.
Lunar. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Ron. So it's awesome that Ron and Ginny are coming back.
You see, I mean, I didn't know if he was going to come back, due to the conflicting schedule, but Jenny is a tour de force, and she says she loves the show. And she definitely loves margaritas from Texas. I can tell you that. She loved them.
Yeah.
And they were coming back. They're definitely coming back, and they're just phenomenal couple. If you're gonna see Ron, you're gonna talk to Jenny. I mean, she's awesome. Love her.
Yeah.
Love them both. Yeah.
Greg, I have a question for you.
Yes.
Pick a number between 1 and 2
Okay.
right now and tell me what the number is.
2.
Oh, okay. Well, this is for Hal Jordan, courtesy of Greg.
Chad, how insensitive of you.
What's America?
Sorry. Yeah, dude, Ron is awesome. He's phenomenal. We had Ron on one of my streams with you, with Dan, and Ron's done so much for GI Joe.
So much.
And he is kind of the yin to Kirk Bazigian's yang, whereas Kirk remembers everything. Kirk remembers everything. Ron forgets half the stuff he ever did.
Yeah.
Like, I remember asking him something specific, and there was like this weird long pause, and he's like, I didn't do that. And then Dan's like, yeah, Ron, you did. And he's like, I don't remember doing that. But gotta love Ron. He's phenomenal. Ginny is fantastic as well. Last year, the ma'am was getting a Baroness print from Ron, and when she leaned forward and was talking to him, Ginny saw the Cobra logo in the back of the ma'am's sleeve, and
right,
she loved it. She was like, "Oh, I need to get a picture of that." And so she's a super warm, personable lady, and it'll be nice to see them both again.
Off the air, I could tell you some stories from her. She just makes me laugh all the time. She's hilarious.
Yeah, she is phenomenal.
Phenomenal.
Eric says, I miss scuba. I'm sorry.
Chad, why are you so insensitive?
There he is.
Thanks.
Hal Jordan says, would love to have some Cobra original art from GI Joe.
We all.
Yeah.
They pop up from time to time.
They do. Yeah. Vache says, I got a Steel Brigade print signed from Ron. He signed it Cobra and then his name. Yeah, it's all good. Yeah. See, look, some people love it. They love it. It's like a train wreck. You just can't look away. You got to see it.
Look away.
It's a train wreck full of nuns.
Frank is freaking awesome. I did a great interview with Frank and Dan. Made it a video instead of a live stream, but he is the only designer who ever worked on real world military vehicles before he started working for Joe. So he has always had a very unique perspective.
Yeah, he worked at, what was it, Cadillac Gauge that he worked at?
Cadillac Gauge, sure did.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, he's a freaking awesome designer. And I mean, it's the freaking hammer. Like you can't get away from some of the freaking awesome stuff that he did. A lot of the stuff for the Iron Grenadiers. And somebody handed him a Retaliator at last year's show and he broke it. But then he fixed it. Was that you?
That was me.
I just remember he broke it because when I went over and was talking to him, he was like, yeah, somebody handed this to me and I broke it and I got to fix it.
Yeah, he broke it. And then I was like, sweet. And he goes, why? I'm like, the guy who designed this broke mine. And so then he goes, well, I'm going to fix it. So the very next day, he had the original plans, the designs for it. And so then he repaired it on the spot and fixed it to where it was actually better than it was before. And he was like, I'm sorry for breaking it. I'm like, dude, this is just going to go down in the annals of Brown history for me. I will never leave this thing again. So.
And yeah, Eric, you're absolutely correct. Frank Coronius is the godfather of finger flick technology.
Yeah, that was a cool thing that they incorporated into vehicles.
And the interesting thing is, because the design cycle is generally 2 years behind street dates, by the time a lot of the finger flick technology or FFT vehicles that Frank designed, by the time they started hitting the stores, they had already rescinded the whole no mechanical energy or spring loaded. So those, they just came in right behind the FFT stuff, but you'll still see FFT. Yeah. Oh, and then Eric says, oh, I know this because of your video. That's cool. Thank you very much. Mother Slug asks, thoughts on the Trouble Bubble? Do you think it got that name because of fighting it one-on-one or because of piloting? I mean, it's actually called the Cobra Flight Pod. The Trouble Bubble is just the nickname.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think they just, I thought it was cool that they gave a vehicle that wasn't an acronym, kind of a nickname like that, but
Well, I mean, it's just like the military from way back when. They have nicknames for enemy fighters and everything else too. So yeah, it makes perfect sense.
Yep.
Yeah.
100%. Also the GI Joe bridge layer it's called the Toss and Cross.
Really?
Yeah.
I love the Toss and Cross. I don't know about you guys.
Toss and Cross. Yeah. Call it the bridge layer. Hey, anyway, because Flying Testicle was downvoted. I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do one.
Okay.
I'm not going to do a clip. I'll just whatever. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. So yeah, we got Frank Michael Charles Hill. He's new.
He's brand new. He wanted to come last year and he just came in late. We had already booked everybody and I said, listen, man, I'm definitely I'm down with you for next year. So glad to have him at the show.
Yeah, it's very cool. And anyone who knows me knows that the Go Bits are very near and dear to my heart. So I was stoked to see that he's coming. So we'll talk some Go Bits. We'll talk a little Psykill, have a good time.
Yeah, we still got your Zartan Colt Slither figure waiting for you too. So
anyway, Jeff. Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. Yeah, I don't. Oh, Cops. Yeah.
Yeah, he worked on a lot of different things, man. He's a really cool guy.
He sounds like a cool guy.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, super knowledgeable.
Super cool.
Is an A10 a Warthog or a Thunderbolt 2? It's Thunderbolt 2. Just call it the Warthog or the Hog. Yeah, a lot of military items have their own terms. The M60 used to be called the Pig.
Mm-hmm.
And then after the M60, when the M240 was put into service, the M240 was referred to as the Pig. But the original Pig was the M60.
What did they call the M79 grenade launcher?
The Thump Gun?
The Thumper, yeah.
China Lake?
Oh, that was the China Lake one. Yeah. Didn't they call it Thumper? I thought they just called it Thumper.
Thump guns.
Yeah.
Yeah, because a 40 millimeter grenade launcher, it's inertia, right?
Right.
So there's no chemical reaction or explosion inside the barrel. That's why they don't overheat.
Right.
Right. Because it's driven by inertia. So when you fire anything that's 40 millimeter, you hear that thunk.
That thump. Yeah.
Hold on a second. I have to ban Hal Jordan.
Why?
Why?
You mother bitch.
A tank with wings.
Look, this guy would know. Masterson, here we go. Air Force officer chiming in. Thunderbolt 2. There is only one squadron of A-10s that have the hog teeth we are so familiar with. There you go. Yeah.
All right, 10 seconds for high sticking hell.
Yeah, there is an F-16. Jesse, what's up, brother? Good to see you sneaking in, you some bitch. F-16 Fighting Falcon is also, yes, there is a Viper variant. Yep.
Really?
And yes, it is the tank killer, the A-10. Okay, now we're getting all over it. So, yeah. Rob, speaking of Psykill, which one is that down behind you? Let me see if I can. Well, now the chat's covering it, but yeah. So this is the 9-inch Revenge of Kronos bike robo, and you can get that from Big Bad Toy Store.
BBTS.
That's covering it, but now I can't open that because the desk. So yeah. Anyway, so that's where we're at. All right, moving on. Yeah, moving on. Yeah, Warthog is just a nickname. Fairchild Republican A-10 Thunderbolt 2 is the full name, actually.
Actually.
That's true.
Hey, I've got a question for Greg real quick.
Oh,
I know, right?
Hey, Greg, are you going to get the classified team?
No, I'm sure not going to ask that again. Heaven forbid.
Yeah, don't.
Greg, so last year, everybody was super psyched about the Warthog and the Thunderbolt, and we saw in those big toy forms, the 3 3/4 ones.
Yeah.
I saw somebody ask earlier if you're going to bring more of that World Defense Force, I think they're called. I don't know.
You talk about Power Team?
I have no idea. I just remember Mython and Chad got those A-10s.
Oh yeah. Those are from MNC Toy Center. We talked about that. Yeah.
I got
it.
On your little break there, Jeffy.
Yeah, the DHL. I got the DHL bill after that, and I'm like, yeah, I'm gonna have to ship it via sea. And then we had the whole tariff thing. So yeah, unfortunately, we won't be getting anything from them.
My apologies. I'm sorry.
It's
all good.
It's okay. Okay, man.
Hey, for all you know, Jeff, people who came in after Greg mentioned that didn't hear it. So thank you for that.
Yeah.
Your value added, buddy.
Hey,
Call Geese Zero. What is up, my friend? Sends a Canadian $6.66 super chat. Thank you, my friend. And says, welcome back. I appreciate you very much. And I missed you, dude.
Hey.
Ken's Toys channel member for 12 months uses his Chad Chat trademark. This guy 2024 and says, I missed it last year due to a broken back, but not this time. Commander's package, 2 hands, purchased, and hotel room reservation has been made. Dude, I'm so glad that you're going to come hang out with us.
Sweet.
It's going to be right.
Yeah, it's going to be good.
And then Action Joe Figs. Chad, did you see on my channel the Trouble Bubble 1/6 scale Walker modification? No, I will go check that out ASAFP. Thank you for putting that in the chat, but I will go check it out, my dude.
I'm going to put up a link to that in the chat too. So just give me a few moments and you'll be able to see it. Yeah. You know,
Jeff, we talked about it when you were feeding your little buddy.
That's fair.
Dobby.
Daubers will be there again this year as the unofficial mascot.
Greg, you had a bunch of Joy Toy stuff last year. You going to bring more?
God damn it. We're going to be bringing some of it. It just doesn't sell for us, man. I mean, we did the not Gears before. What was that? Warhammer? Was it Warhammer?
Yeah, it's a Warhammer 40K.
And man, Warhammer's super competitive. We will be bringing some of more of the kind of like their modernish tactical type of stuff and some of the vehicles and stuff like that. So the short answer is yes.
Are you going to be bringing Battle of the Planet stuff too, like those mechs and like the dudes with jetpacks and stuff?
The same thing from not from Haya, but from Joy Toy.
Yeah.
Yeah, the plan is that we get those. It's the crapshoot. We get some of them from China, which is like I said, we kind of have to watch ourselves, and then we get some of them from Diamond.
Yeah.
So if we get them from Diamond, we'll bring them.
Do you have any kind of challenges now that Diamond's pretty much?
No, we haven't had anything. They're doing that restructuring and everything else like that, but they've been pretty cool. It's just and I understand why we have the perception that my company has this perception of us being a 12-inch company, and it's what put us on the map. And so when we try to dabble in 1/18 scale, it's hit or miss, And so we'll bring stuff in, and then nobody's buying it. Now, if it's a show, I try to kind of ramp up a little bit. So I'll talk to my guy.
Yeah.
Bring some more high to the show because it'll sell great at a show, but online it's just like crickets, man. And so we're just gonna have to be careful with it. But yeah, we're gonna have some more. We're gonna have some high at the show for sure.
I hope you bring more Mezco too this year because I think I kind of want that Snake Eyes.
Let me see. What are we bringing from Mezco?
I would jump on that Storm Shadow.
Yeah, Greg, I'm sorry, but I found a Storm Shadow locally and I had to buy him.
Man, I think Storm Shadows is like finding like a needle within a needle within a needle of a haystack. That one's a really tough one to get.
I paid $95 for him at Carolina Comics.
Holy Moses!
Yeah.
I only have the Destro. That's courtesy of Yo-Joe Jerk. I had never put my hands on one of those figures, and I was impressed.
They're great.
It's a nice piece. It's a very nice piece. I have Firefly. Firefly, the really impressive Mezco piece, and so is Snake Eyes, which are like my two favorite GI Joe characters. So anytime I come across that, them, and then I have the sideshow versions, and then who was the latest ones? It's 3-0 did a beautiful Snake Eyes, and they did a beautiful Firefly and a Storm Shadow.
That Storm Shadow, like down to the stitching, that thing is money. Yeah.
That paintball Snake Eyes is awesome that 3-0 did. Like I know it's not the paintball Snake Eyes, but it's paintball Snake Eyes.
Anyway, let's get back to talking about the show.
Okay.
Real quick housekeeping. Kevzilla sends a $20 freaking super chat. Thank you, my friend. It says just because.
Just because.
I thank you. I guess that's all I can say. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. And Vargo sends a $5 super chat. Super chat. Thanks, Michael. Good to see you, buddy. Mojo86. I'm missing out on this year, but next year I asked my wife for my big 4-0, and we'll go next year for sure.
Awesome.
Hell yeah. I can't wait to
see you next year. And then Masterson42 said my hotel reservation was made last year the day you announced the new location for the show.
Really? Wow. Damn. That's impressive.
I like the old location too. There's something nice. It's cool when everything's in the same location, when it's all co-located, but there was also something a little nice about the venues over there, the hotels over here. I can come back over here and just chill, or I can go over there. I did enjoy that. And I think part of that is getting away from all the drunkenness of Joe Fest, the yelling and there's a lot of drunken silly going on sometimes over there, where when I would go to Joe Fest, I wouldn't stay there. I would stay someplace else. I would stay at the Holiday Inn down the street. I didn't want to stay there. All the screaming and yelling. Fuck no. I'm too old for that bullshit.
I was asleep by then. So
oh, God. And Jeffy, this is for you, buddy.
He will be there in a backpack of some sort.
He'll be there. Yeah, he'll be there in the bag. Yeah.
It is a highlight. It's a milestone when you meet Dobby.
It is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Kevzilla and Vargo, thank you both very much. I greatly appreciate you. I appreciate all of you. I always try to read everybody's chats. That's why I'm always behind. So
hey, Chad, I have a question for you from Cobra, not Cobra Emperor. What the hell is his name? Mother Slug. He wants to know What are your thoughts on the new classified Major Blood repaint version 2 is coming? Because you liked the first one. You know? Yeah, you don't collect it, so it's not like going to be anything earth-shattering, guys.
Well, I have the Cobra Island classified Major Blood, and I think that one figure from packaging to the actual figure to the accessories, that is where classified like knocked it out of the park.
Mm-hmm.
The oil painting is phenomenal. It's definitely a throwback to the old Joe art. The figure's fantastic, even though I don't know why everybody wants to give him a freaking cybernetic arm instead of just an armored arm, but whatever, you know, it's my argument. The repaint, I mean, that's fine. That's cool. Whatever. Like what you like. I don't care.
Yeah.
So, probably because I have the Cobra Island one. But yeah.
Right. I just wanted to, you can still have an opinion on it.
No, I do. It's not that I don't collect classified. It's that I have a select few.
Mm-hmm.
Like I have a representation of things, but it's just it's not my scale. That's all. It's not like I'm not so much anti. It's just not my thing. So
yeah. I hope that cleared it up for a lot of people.
Figures. Yeah, I do. I absolutely do.
He's got that awesome beachhead from Cobra Island too.
Oh wow.
I have two. Yeah, I have a blue-eyed one that's still sealed.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, if you watch my last video, I held up some classified figures and threw them on the floor. So I appreciate you, Kevzilla Ington. Yeah. Oh, I was late, so I didn't hear that part. See, there you go. It's all good.
All good, man.
There you go.
Joe Bits, thank you for the $5 super chat. Happy Memorial Day weekend. Yes, to you as well. Getting my booze on for you and all the ones we lost for the liberties and figures we enjoyed. Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I was going to touch on that at the end of the show. Yeah, thank you for the super chat, my friend. So, I don't know. Is that at me, Rob? Who do you have? I don't know if they're talking to each other.
I think he's asking you, man.
Who do I have as far as classified goes?
Yeah.
I'm going to go off for a second. If you don't want to hear me go off, plug your ears or take a break. We got all these awesome people to talk about, and we want to talk about fucking classified. Like, I want to talk about the people that like made the stuff that's getting fucking raped these days. Like this dude and this dude and that guy and this guy and this guy and that guy and that guy and on and on and on and on. Like the real creative, imaginative people. That's what I want to talk about. The people that Greg got all these guys to come to one show. The only place where you're going to see all these fucking guys. Right? But, okay, let's talk about classified. I have the first Cobra Commander. I have the first Snake Eyes. I have the Snake Eyes that came with Gray Timber. I have 2 Storm Shadows, Major Blood, 2 Scarlets, one I customized into Coral that looks good, not like the fucking new one in football pads. I don't know. I got like 12, 15 of them. I don't know.
There you go.
Jacob says, go off. Yeah. Anyway, no, yeah, go get in my car. No, it's all good. But seriously, I want to talk about the stuff that Greg's doing and these awesome people. And Jeff, I put this up here for you, dude. We've been hovering on this one for a minute.
I know. I'm very excited about this. I can't wait to meet this guy. I'm definitely going to get the Mezco box signed that, Storm Shadow comes in, and that'll probably be my big get for the show as far as
No, anyway, all joking aside, yes, I do have some classified. I just pick and choose.
Yeah.
I always thought that Lowlight and Serpentor would be my litmus test, but I don't have either one of those because Lowlight is my number one Joe, always has been, always will be. But yeah, that classified Lowlight did nothing for me.
I gave Lowlight the M1 from Valaverse.
He just looks generic. It looks like it's trying to be Lowlight, but it's not. Anyway, Hey, Greg, here's a question for you. I was going to pull up the floor plan, but will the show be in the main ballroom only, or will there be separate rooms with vendors as well?
Okay, this one's a little bit different because we wanted it when we left the Grapevine Convention Center. You know, we had the main ballroom, and then we took up every single space and all the smaller rooms. This one, we have the main ballroom, and then we have the main foyer, which will be I'll be in the main foyer. Valaverse will be in the main foyer, and we'll have vendors there, and then we will have the table vendors, not the booth vendors, but the table vendors, kind of in the hallways, you know, because they're only going to get a 6-foot table, and so they don't need as much of a footprint. So there won't be any breakout rooms like it was last year. The one room that's going to be the Irving room, which will be off the main ballroom, that's going to be used for the panels for Saturday and Sunday. So yeah, it's not going to be these smaller rooms like it was before. That we wanted to kind of get away from that as much as we could. So
yeah, but yeah. Dumb question. Where's the show at? Not a dumb question.
It's not a dumb question.
No.
It's at the DFW Airport Marriott. And some people ask me this, like, is it the DFW Airport Marriott South? No, it is
Texas.
The DFW Airport Marriott. It's on Freeport. So if you go to the website, you can check out you can actually reserve your room. We have a special room rate of $159 a night. And we've been encouraging everybody, if you get the commander's package, to go ahead and get to the hotel on Thursday, stay the night, get up the next morning, and then you can do all this stuff. So, but yeah, it's commander's package is really heavy on Friday, but then more for the general admission on Saturday and Sunday. Friday night, though, we do have the Friday night preview, as we call it, which is from 6 o'clock to 8 o'clock.
Yeah.
So, and all the information's on the website. We have, we have the master schedule, we have the panel schedule, we have the workshop schedule, the whole kit caboodle. It's
yeah. So this is the main website right here. So there's home, and it says it right here at the top on the header: DFW Airport Marriott, 8440 Freepoint Parkway, Irving, Texas.
Mhm.
If you want to buy tickets or passes, right, it's all right here.
Yep.
Commander's package, Friday night preview, Saturday, Sunday, right? General admissions, vehicle building workshop, all that stuff.
All the stuff you can prepay for. But if you want to come to the show on Saturday and you just want to walk up and buy a ticket, you can do that too.
Yep.
So we are totally flexible.
Yeah.
This is one of the best shows in Texas to go to, by the way. In all honesty, I go down there quite a bit for shows. Buddies down there and such, but like this is my favorite show in DFW that I look forward to.
Yeah.
And if you just once in your lifetime, if you get a chance to go.
Thank you.
Not only do you have Zorana, but you got Zartan as well.
Yes.
There you go. Yeah, very cool.
So you've got
real quick. Sorry, go ahead.
So you got a bunch of the voice actors and stuff. I think so Autographs obviously spent money, but do you have to bring something for them to sign, or will they have something for you to sign? Because I kind of want to bring my GI Joe DVD animated movie down and at least get Zorana.
Yeah, I mean, I think everybody will sign anything that you bring down there. I'm not sure. This is the first year we've had voice talent. I think they might have some stuff that they'll sign, and and there'll be a certain price or whatever. I remember when Larry did the show last year, if he signed something that was to you, it was free, but if he just said his signature, there was a certain price.
Yeah, which makes sense. Because smart about it.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. They will sign anything like Michael Bell, right? Duke. He'll sign whatever you want. So they generally have stuff out on their tables.
Yes.
You can purchase that from them, and they'll sign it. You can have them sign, figures, DVDs, VHS boxes. Yeah, whatever you want, they'll sign.
Yeah.
So.
Okay.
And one thing I did want to throw in there is I've been working with all the guys from Hasbro and with Dan Klingensmith. And, last year, some of these guys, this is the first time they've ever done a show, especially like Frank. This year, we're actually, Dan and I are working together, and we're going to have some, I don't want to give away the thing, but we will have stuff that's personalized per person that you can get them to autograph at the show that pertains to their work. So if you want to get something from Guy, we're going to have something special made up just for Guy because, you know, Ron's been doing the circuit for a while. So, you know, he has his prints and everything else like that. Some of these guys have never done a show. So that's why Dan and I are working together to have something for them to have at their table that is unique to them. And in fact, some of these items will be brand new because we had to work with Kurt to help design these particular items that are 11 by 17. So let's just put it that way. So I talked too much. Sorry.
No. Oh, there's Mr. Vala himself.
What's up, Bobby? Hello.
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 Mr. Vala.
Oh, there he is. Holy shit, he is there. Okay, I'm sorry. I thought I was
Yeah,
waiting
he
for
is
the
here.
Hal. I was
Right
waiting
there.
for the
We
Hal
can't
Jordan thing to go away. I thought Bobby was texting or whatever.
Can't hear you, Bobby. Yeah, he'll come back.
So you briefly went over this with Kickley. You had him out there for like a minute. The dude that designed Rhino and the art for it is gonna be there.
Yeah, I think so.
Mask is my jam more so than GI Joe. That makes me incredibly happy. Yeah.
Kickley is just and the stuff he does is phenomenal. I ran into him at Assembly Required up in Des Moines last year, and we were talking. I think we were talking like Micronauts or something, or Henshin Cyborg, some random stuff. And I keep saying super great guys, but we were talking, and he was showing me his work, and I was like totally dumbfounded of the diversity because he does GI Joe, he does Mask, he does all these Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And then he contacted me and he was like, "Hey man, can I do your show?" And I'm like, "Hell yeah, man!" So, and he did like 13 or 14 drawings he did of Real American Hero he's been sharing them for like the past couple of months, and it's just amazing. So from what I recollect is he will have prints of that work, and then he will actually have the originals that he painted available for sale at the show. So,
Bobby, were you abducted by street humans?
I was, unfortunately.
There he is.
I escaped them before they could break any of the windows in my truck.
What's up, dude? How you doing?
What's going on, guys? I'm
Nothing.
doing the unsafe thing by streaming and driving at the same time.
That's okay. We won't tell anybody. Nobody watches this show anybody. Don't worry about it. It'll be fun. So, I had to privately, quietly invite Mr. Vala to join us if he was able to, because, it wouldn't be DFW without Greg and Valaverse. So, what's up, Bobby? What do you got coming to DFW this year?
Oh, man. We have, and Greg texted me yesterday or today and asking me about the exclusive. I'm not ready to show it yet. It's ready.
wow.
I think
cool.
I'm gonna wait another week to announce it. It is definitely the best exclusive that we've ever done.
Damn.
I told you, Greg.
I see it every day in the office, and I'm like, wow, that thing really came out like as good as I'd hoped. And it's kind of like, well, the Steel Brigade, I thought the Steel Brigade's like my favorite figure I've ever done. And I'm like, wow, those are big shoes to fill. And the one we're doing for DFW is definitely the best one we're going to offer. And of course, just like our other exclusives, it is going to have a 100-piece variant. So you won't know what you're getting, but it's a good one. It's a real good one.
That's cool.
Damn.
Hell yeah, dude.
Hell yeah.
Bobby,
Awesome,
I got
dude.
a comment for you here from TNT Skate. Says, drive safe, Bobby. Bring the Lord scale soon.
Well, I believe at DFW we have a panel going on, right, Greg?
Yes, we do.
So I think I've got some stuff planned for that panel. I don't know what I have planned yet. I do know that I'm going to show more at that panel than I've ever shown before.
I know what it is. I know what it is. I know what it is.
I've got a ridiculous amount of irons in the fire. And I know that the people that go to the panel will not be disappointed.
Hell yeah.
Awesome.
I promise not to ask you about Batman this year.
About Batman?
Yeah, I did last year, remember? That was like the
All
first
right.
question.
Oh, yeah. Oh, man, what I wouldn't give to do Batman.
Yeah, man, I want to see you do a Neil Adams Batman. That's like my toy, like tippity top.
If I could just contact Warner Brothers and just say, look, I only want the license to do a couple things. I want to do a Neil Adams Batman. I want to do Ra's al Ghul, and I want to do Talia. Let me just do those three. Let me just do, the Son of the Demon storyline, and that's it. Like, just give me the license just to do that. Just a one-off. I don't need to compete with Mattel or McFarlane or anything like that. I just want to do that set. A set of those three figures.
You could give Talia the necklace that they gave Damien.
Yeah.
Right? It's a good comic, man.
Yeah.
A good solid Talia. Anyway, getting back to DFW, Bobby, since you're driving, Ryan says the DFW exclusive was my idea.
I'm pretty sure Ryan told me not to do the exclusive that I'm doing. Ryan can take credit for one bit of advice he's given me, and it turned out to be very bad advice. I won't throw him under the bus any more than that. We'll just leave it at that. He knows what it is, though.
Well, there you have it, kids, ladies and gentlemen. Valaverse is going to be bringing the fire this year. So,
awesome.
Oh yeah, baby.
There you go, Greg.
Awesome.
And Bobby, your sale starts Monday at 6 a.m. right? Well, what time does it start?
No, it starts at midnight. So
Midnight.
as soon as it turns, the 26th Eastern time, then that's when the sale starts.
I just put up in the chat right now for folks. So
cool.
Thanks, Jeffy. Look at you.
Yeah, look at there.
I'm a pretty good wrench sometimes.
Yeah, we were kind of talking about you and Daryl, and I asked Greg if maybe he ever considered, doing a anniversary panel, Pursuit of Cobra 50th, because you were around then.
Little bit. I mean, shoot, I did I'm trying to think. Has there been a 3 3/4 inch GI Joe San Diego Comic Con item since the Missile Command headquarters?
No.
Okay, so that was the last 4-inch GI Joe Comic Con item.
Wow.
So.
Yeah, that was after the Joe Transformer stuff, right?
It was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, because there was the Transformer Joe crossover stuff. There was the Revolution set that you guys worked on.
Yep. Which I kind of had a hand in fixing that one too.
Yeah, with the whole roadblock thing and all that. Oh, speaking of which, did you see they brought that Matt Tracker back?
Did they really?
Yeah, in the comics.
Oh, good for them.
Yeah, that Matt Tracker, and I was like, of course, it had to be the freaking Revolution Matt Tracker, right?
Of course.
Yeah, and
I'm sure the loyal subjects are over there like, what the fuck? So.
They kind of alluded that he might be coming back too, more so in the Energon universe, which is exciting to see Mask again, whether it be the Re-Evolution one or whatever. It's just cool to see Mask.
Yeah. Hey, Bobby, Slate on Slate is asking, any chance of putting up white Praetorian guards for tomorrow?
No, definitely not.
He said no.
Well, you know what it is? It's like it. I love Slade, but it's just like, look, guys, if you're running a business and you just released an exclusive that everyone paid full price for at the show, do you think I'm going to debut that thing for the first time during a sale?
Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
And you know what? I've gotten several of those comments, and I understand the good-natured request, But it's like, guys, just stop for a second and think about it from a business point of view. I'm not running a charity here. I'm running a business. So, like, come on. That's not going to happen.
Incorporate that Joe Dirt quote. Maybe one day UNICEF will get into the toy business, but yeah, no, fair enough. Yeah, that's fair. Should I add something else? Action Joe Fig says he's looking forward to seeing you in person.
Cool. You too.
Not me or Greg or anybody else, just you. That's fine.
Or Jeffy. It'd be nice to see Jeffy, I think. Some people want to see Jeffy. They're really just here to see Dobby. So, I mean,
maybe. All right, Mr. Vala. So, super awesome panel that everybody gets to look forward to and some reveals, yeah?
Yep. Yeah, I actually have to start working on that panel because it's the presentation's going to be epic. And I have I got to get the PowerPoint together because I have like a Word document of everything I'm doing, and it's up to like 30 slides, and I'm like, oh man, I gotta like really get my butt in gear to start putting that together. Yeah.
So, last year you showed the muddy variant Vanguard, the flocked heads, the back metallized Steel Brigade head that we finally just saw that figure come out, which by the way looks phenomenal, even though I couldn't get one. But I am a shill, which apparently I'm a bad shill. I'm poor at it. So this year's is going to be bigger than last year's.
100%. Yep. Yep.
Can't wait.
And that flying craft for the swarm and stuff.
The locust. Yeah, I'm gonna be giving an update on the locust. Yep.
Oh yeah.
Yep. I know a lot of us are excited for that.
Our good friend Suka from the Toxic Toy Depot says, Action Force 1944 B-17 bomber. Am I right?
No idea what he's talking about. No idea. So
what's the matter? You don't want to make a 6-foot 112 scale bomber?
Jesus.
Hey, Bobby.
All right, guys.
You're a fan.
What? Oh yeah. Yeah, I'm a fan. Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
Yep. Gotta get some Night Quest Batman in there. So.
Oh man, again, my favorite bat suit. My favorite.
I know.
Bat suit.
Yeah. I mean, it's Uncle Toddy Mac, but I knew you would appreciate it. I just got it, so I opened it.
Gotcha. Get the Mafex one. It's much better.
It's like there's an echo in here that's delayed by an hour.
All right.
I don't disagree at all. I'm just saying. But yeah, man, freaking look. Even Grimlock is going to be at this show. Grimlock.
All right. All right.
Also known as, Skyfire, not Jetfire. Fucking Skyfire.
That's right.
And Firefly, Spirit, yeah, etc. Hey, Woody222 says, hey, Bobby, since you're driving, drop some shit off at my house.
Woody, just come by HQ, man. Just shoot me a message. You're welcome anytime. I'll see you on the bike path.
Dude, one of these days, I'm just going to fucking show up.
Come on. Let's go.
That's what I did at Cotswold. Greg and I went out to dinner. We had some good Mexican food.
Let's do it.
Yeah.
All right, guys, listen.
Mofex, actually.
Mofex, yeah, I know. Everyone says different, but
I say Mafex. Yeah.
I say Mafex. Yeah.
It's actually Medicom toy.
Yeah. Listen, guys, I gotta run. My wife's calling me. I gotta pick up propane for the barbecue tomorrow. So
I appreciate you swinging by, my friend, and I will see you in a few weeks.
All right, sounds good. See you guys.
Later, brother.
Yeah.
Woo! Look at that. There's your answer, Greg.
It's Chad exclusive.
It kind of is. Like, if we're being honest with everyone, you didn't even know if he was bringing.
I didn't know.
And I said, "What did I tell you?" I said, "Just wait a minute. Like, just wait a minute. Like, it's coming." Yeah. That's rad, dude.
No, that's, pardon my French, that's fucking awesome. That's great.
It's fucking awesome, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, I was afraid he was going to tell me with tariffs and everything, he wasn't able to get something here. But with him telling that, it's like, holy shit. Yeah, I think once we announce that on our Facebook page and the pictures, I think people are going to go batshit, which is good. Because I've had a lot of people ask me, they're like, hey, where's the exclusive? I'm like, dude, I don't know,
But you know how it works, right? You and I talk privately. You've
Right.
told me throughout the past 11 months, like, hey, we got this person. Hey, we can't announce it yet, but we're getting this person. We're getting this person. We're getting that person. Like,
Yeah.
right. Like Bobby and I talk regularly, and he's like, oh man, wait till they see this. Oh man, wait till they see that. Oh man, wait. And I'm just like, I don't know anything.
Yeah. No, that's cool. That's cool. Don't even call me or tell me anything. That's fine. That's fine.
And that's not for me to tell you.
Whatever.
That's not for me to tell you.
Whatever.
Hey, look, you said, I don't know if Bobby's bringing an exclusive. And I just said, just wait a minute. Right? Just wait a minute.
I appreciate it, brother.
That's not breaking my NDA. The dude showed up here himself and told everybody.
I know.
Yeah.
Now I can sleep a little bit better at night. I was fucking sweating balls on that shit, man.
And this is why I like getting people to and I'm thankful that people do that they'll just show up and pop in and say some shit and then leave. Like, I'm always appreciative. Like when we got Ron Rudat, we didn't even have him in the thumbnail or the description. He just showed up,
Yeah.
And I enjoy that because I feel it rewards people for showing up to my streams, which I'm always thankful for. Like, I never take it for granted, but I want to reward those people. Like, if I stick around, somebody might just show up. So
I'll just pop in, man.
Yeah, I thought that was cool. Chad got Bobby in his back. Fuck no. It's called friends, man. That's all. I had something here. Cobra Emperor. If there was one vehicle Bobby could make for 118, sorry. He's already gone. I'm sorry, dude. That's my fault. Yeah. Anyway, so back to this. Yes, Greg Berger. The guy did so many freaking voices across so many different animated series. And
yeah, too many to list, man. Yeah.
For real this time, the exclusive is a Chad Jeff Space Bridge mutate. Space Bridge? What the fuck?
The fuck is a space bridge?
Packers, dude. Chad and everyone here having fun in the chat. I'm glad everybody's having fun in the chat, man.
Yeah, it's a good time tonight for sure.
Yeah, sure. I say crayon.
Crayon?
Sure.
Well, I'm saying crayon, but I just don't put a lot of emphasis on the Y.
Yeah.
It's still crayon.
Crayon.
Yes, Greg Berger. So
yep.
I gotta get him to do some Grimlock. Because it's Grimlock, dude. You can't,
I kind of want to get him to do my voicemail message. Like, you call in your voicemail and you have Grimlock.
Yeah, dude, like David Hayter, Solid Snake, he will definitely record an outgoing voicemail message for you.
That's
100%.
awesome.
Yeah. So will Sarge. Jeff Butler, channel member for 10 months. Greg runs a great show. Excited to return to DFW. It'll be good to see you again, my friend.
Glad to have him back.
Him either. Jeff's good people. Just damn good
I had
people.
actually starred this from Jeff earlier. I'm sorry, Jeff. I starred this and then Bobby came in. I had to give him his couple of minutes, because he was nice enough to show up. Says, yo, Chad, Jeff, and Greg, I'm very excited to go to the show and have a table again this year. Dude, I bought some good shit from Jeff last year. All those carded fucking Street Fighter Joes for Bartlett. Yeah, man. Jeff's got the goods.
Jeff had the go. I'm sorry.
He's a hell of an awesome dude, and he knows everything.
Yep.
Jeff had an awesome first sale at the show last year. I was there with him when it happened. This 8-year-old kid came up with his dad, and he bought the Tiger Force A10 thing. Like, I don't know the name of it. The Rattler, the Tiger Rat. And Jeff gave the kid a deal, and it was the dad was this is all of his own money, and that kid was.
I remember that.
Yeah, that was dope as hell. That was cool to see.
That's what it should be about.
Yes,
exactly what it should be about.
100%, right? We should all. This isn't a soapbox moment, right? But we should all encourage that to get kids into that stuff, because without kids, I mean, these IPs are going nowhere.
Yep.
Stephen S. I did hear the man that did the original Real American Hero artwork, he said that later, passed away. I live in Rhode Island and my dad met him. Yeah, you're talking about Hector Garrido.
Yep.
Yeah, Hector Garrido sadly died several years ago. He was doing some communication work for Hasbro's headquarters back in the 80s. Oh. Yeah, I mean, that's cool that your dad met Hector Garrido. Yeah, that was a huge loss. It's too bad, but these guys aren't getting any younger. That's why if you can make it out to these shows to come meet all these freaking legends, like you should. You really should. At least one time in your life, like go meet Kirk Bazigian, meet Ron Rudat, Vinny DeLivia, Larry Hama, like all these guys. Daryl DePriest, again, like, he's very unassuming, but that guy had a huge hand in shaping GI Joe. So,
very much.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's cool, Steven. That's really cool. Eric, I have a question. Scuba will go to DFW this year? Question mark. That is a question for Scuba, my friend. I don't generally like to speak for other people, but you can hit him up on Facebook and ask him. So, yeah. Father Son Galaxy sends a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Father Son. It says, have a great show, Replay Squad. Appreciate you, your channel membership, the super chat, and the Replay Squad. Thank you so much. Yeah, cool. So we are pretty much caught up. Robert Hatch used to do those. Do what? David Hayter is my favorite Guyver. Ooh, look at this.
That's the deep lore.
I was going to say Matt Tracker with the deep cut. Yeah. Yeah, in the Northeast, it's Cran. Yeah, we say Cran. Yeah, absolutely. Who doesn't say Cran?
Cran.
Now I know Chad can bend Bobby's arm and maybe get him to make a few vehicles for 1/18 scale line, possibly. No. No. George Aiken, all the way from the UK. Good to see you, sir. How goes work on the volcanic island lair? Asking for a friend. Yeah. Robert's Infinite Realms channel member for 12 whole months. Thank you, my friend. Says Boog invented fist fights at cons. True story, probably. One day I'll make DFW. Works in the way this year. Apparently, I am fixed and do something. That's weird. Sometimes reading these things just gives you like pause.
Tourette's. Yeah.
You know, Tourette's. Whoop.
Yeah. Mental illness.
Giggity.
Yeah. Oh, well, George Aiken got the air conditioning installed in his volcanic island lair. You know, that costs a lot of money. Very good.
Oh.
Okay, cool. Moving on from Greg Berger. Carson. So you got Carson coming out this year.
Yep. Carson is coming this year. I've been talking to him a lot. He will actually not only will have his own table selling his wares and stuff like that, but he will be moderating a panel with Kirk Bazigian about the live action. They called it mini movie, but it was a live action series of commercials.
Yeah, it was all about
And what sucks, man, and I'll go ahead and tell it because it ain't gonna happen.
The plasma tox is what it was.
We were trying to reach out and find the guy who played Duke in those commercials.
Ooh, yeah.
And oh my God, we got his cell phone number, we got his email, and he has 2 Facebook pages. And we reached out, and even Carson called him. I was texting him, and we just never got a response. He was going to be our surprise if we were going to have him arrive. He lives in Mexico near the what is it the I don't know what the hell it is, but he lives in Mexico now, and we just never could reach the guy. And so that's that would have been a nice surprise. His name is Ren Roberts.
Yeah.
And but yeah. So
Cobra's trying to get their hands on this gold. Yeah, the guy's good. Yeah, he's good.
Yeah, I think he's the only one that actually had. Somebody was telling me that he actually had a card, a collector's card with his face on it or something. Or like I said, I was out of collecting by then, but we really wanted to have him there because it would have been nice to have him talking about. But don't get me wrong. I mean, we got Kurt Bazigian will be talking about it, and then Carson did this. I want to say he originally did this panel back at HasCon in 2018 or whatever.
JoeCon.
Was it JoeCon? Okay.
Yeah, it was JoeCon.
Was it JoeCon? Okay.
Yeah, because I went back and I researched that. It's actually it's on Carson's channel. It's on the 3D Joe's YouTube page, and they go into great detail about how Kirk almost died because he was the driver of one of the vehicles, and the squibs went off and caught the back of it on fire, and yeah.
It's a fascinating thing. So I was very happy that Carson was on board and that Kirk was on board about redoing that panel. So
yeah, and that'll be cool. That'll definitely be cool. But it's good that Carson's coming.
Yeah, Carson's great guy.
And then this freaking dude,
Dan,
who unfortunately could not join us tonight. We didn't know if he would be able to or wouldn't, but we'll do a follow-up, Greg, with Dan, and we'll talk all about the panels. But I mean, this guy, what can you say about Dan? Not only is he a super freaking awesome guy, but
Dan is
books, the research that he put into those books, it's second to none.
Dan was and is instrumental for me getting in contact with all of these people. I knew Ron, and I knew Kirk and stuff like that, but Dan was instrumental. And then Dan has been super instrumental on the panels. We've been meeting with these guys and getting everything done, and Dan's been working on the PowerPoint presentations. So we're going to be doing 3 different panels. One's going to be from the marketing aspect, one's going to be from the design aspect, and one's going to be from the character aspect. And so he has put in a lot of hours and work into this. And I mean, the guy is a cog in the wheel of the DFW GI Joe and action figure show.
Yeah, so he is completely instrumental, and plus he has great working relationships with all of these.
Great, yeah. I mean,
if I can't get a hold of somebody, I literally just text Dan, and I'm like, "Hey, man, can you get a hold of Ron Rudette for me?" He's like, "Sure."
Yeah, The panels he'll be moderating 3 panels, and they're going to be really super cool. I've been looking at some of the slides and everything. So
I don't know about you, Greg. Dan always calls me when he's walking his dogs.
He always calls me when he's walking his dogs, or he's cooking dinner for the kids.
Oh, it's generally he calls me, I answer, and he's like, "Yeah, my dog's taking a big shit." And I'm like, "Cool, thanks, man."
Yeah, I've been there a few times, unfortunately.
But yeah, it was Chattanooga 2018 JoeCon. Mikey was there.
Yeah.
There you go.
Man, was Chattanooga that far along ago? Damn.
Jeffy, is that Dobby?
Yep. Nope.
No, that's my dog. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's Greg's dog.
That would be Naz. Little
I didn't
terrier.
meet your dogs when I came to your house, did I?
We kept them hidden from me because I think you only came into the man cave, and maybe my wife came out and said hi. But no, trust me, you would remember Nav, and yeah, you would remember Nav.
I didn't even hear your dogs.
They might have been in their kennels by then.
I just know we looked at your freaking awesome collection. So
thank you,
Dave Kunitz, back again.
Okay, I got to tell you, I got all new dirt with this thing. Okay, so we did the build a vehicle thing last year, and it was all new. It was all new. We were kind of flying by the seat of our pants. I got a little high by getting the adhesives poured into the bottles. We'll how to get the air vent going in there. But we have been working with Dave, and not only are we working with Dave, but John Kukovich with from a couple of Kooks. Thoughts on Longbow, everybody knows John. A couple of Kooks is a sponsor for the event, and so what we're doing is Dave is working on the shells for the vehicles. Okay, so we're going to actually have vehicle shells at the show. Excuse me, at this event that people can build their vehicle. John will be doing 3D printed accessories that you can glue onto the vehicles. So he'll have missiles, handrails, stuff like that. In addition to that, we will have decal sheets of GI Joe, Cobra, Iron Grenadiers, Dreadnoughts, you name it. So we'll have all these decal sheets. So it'll be Dave Kunitz, it'll be Frank will be there, Guy Cassaday will be there this time. It is a smaller, more compact group. It's going to be 20 people this time. The admission price is $100 per person. that helps pay for all these cool things that are going to be there. And the way that this is going to go, everyone should be able to walk out of that workshop with the vehicle in their hand, with the tutorial, with the help, with the aid, with the insight from these Hasbro guys. I mean, Kunitz is phenomenal. Guy, he was phenomenal too. Frank's really cool. Oh, and apologies, Greg Bernstein will be there. So we will have 5 GI Joe legends there working with the 20 people. So it would literally be like one legend per 4 people. I think that's right. Yeah, 5 people. 5 people. So it's going to be way more hands-on, way more intense, and you'll come out with the vehicle. That we last year we were just more people were just talking and shooting the shit and everything like that. But this year we've really worked down, and thank God for John Kukovich and a couple of coots, because they're going to be very instrumental in getting all the little parts and everything like that. Yep. And then thanks for Dave Kunitz, because like I said, he's going to be like vacuum forming the body shells. I think we're either going to be doing we'll be doing a land vehicle and a sea vehicle. So,
Rad.
Yeah.
Because last year was aircraft.
Last year was like aircraft. Yeah. Or some people, they brought their own vehicle, but that didn't really flesh out. So.
Yeah. So some people did, like Mython the Python, right? Like I missed that. Dude. I'm sure everybody misses him. Like he brought that vehicle and was playing with it, which was cool.
Yeah.
Chris from Cutthroat Comics wants to know, Greg, any comic book artists?
No. We talked to Larry. We wanted Larry there, but we are working on something for the show for next year. We want to bring Larry back. I've reached out to Larry. I think he's at a show or something like right now. But we want to bring in Larry. We want to bring in Ron Wagner, who worked on the GI Joe comic for Marvel, and then we're trying to also get in contact with Rod Wiggum. I reached out to Mike Zeck, who some people may know that he worked on the line, and I talked to him last week. But Mike now lives in the Philippines, so he's like, yeah. He said I came out here like 3 years ago, and so he's like, yeah, I don't think I'm going to make it because
that's a haul. That's kind of
yeah. So, but
a little bit, yeah.
But
okay, well, for next year, right? Everybody book your trip for next year, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah. So we're gonna definitely bring in more Marvel comics from the 80s.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
that's rad.
Cobra Emperor, did anyone buy the Hot Wheels Sky Striker or find one in the wild yet? I haven't found it.
I haven't found it either. I've been looking because I want like 3 of them. So.
Is this taunting?
Nope, it's fine. Move along.
What?
Nothing to see here.
Are we ignoring this?
We're ignoring this.
Are we ignoring this?
We're ignoring this.
I don't know what it is.
Damn it.
Chad, how insensitive of you.
I got the damn it out of Jeff just before I did it. Damn it. And of course we already talked about Lisa Reggio's coming, which is cool.
Super cool. She's like the cherry on top for all these voice actors. So it's really cool to have her.
See, look, they're just pushing buttons, man.
It's science, man.
No.
610. What's up, man? Are you just strolling in here? That's cool. Oh, fuck it, this guy too.
Chad Hole.
That's cool. Jeff Butler, it's very exciting. So many designers are back this year, and the Sunbow voice actors are a big draw. Great work, Greg.
Thanks,
dude.
Jeff.
I got to second that. You guys, last year was amazing, absolutely amazing, start to finish. No drama, no bullshit. It was just fun, and man, I can't wait for this year. This year,
it was last year was kind of, because like I said, I wanted to go balls out crazy because it was 60th anniversary. I don't know how we can better that, but it was like, we're like, let's bring in the voice actors and get some of those guys in there, and like I said, the workshops and stuff like that for commanders on Friday. So we're just going to keep bringing it.
Let's bring back Chad. Did you not? You did.
Yeah, we haven't even talked about the swap meet, brother. Come on.
No, we haven't talked about this. We don't need to talk about the swap.
Yes, we do need to talk about the swap meet. The second annual It's Chad swap meet. We got to talk about it, man.
Okay.
People love it. People dig it.
Pause real quick. Matt Rubin, yes. Last year was her first con and it was Joe Fest and she enjoyed it and that's why she's doing more. Okay, let's talk about the swap. But first, before we do, I have to say a lot of that was thanks to Jeff. A lot of that was thanks to Jeff because I had a dinner obligation with the guy that was just joining us from his car. And thanks to Jeffy for that. So anyway, Go ahead, Greg.
It was fun.
Let's talk about the swap.
It's the second annual It's Chad swap meet. We will be holding it at the Trade Winds, which is really cool about this hotel. We have our own kind of bar and grill area that is exclusive to us. General people don't walk in there, and swap meets, man, have always been like kind of the cherry on top of doing these shows. I mean, everybody likes to do it, and but it's the basic rule is bring a box or bring a tote of stuff that you want to sell and or trade to the event, and then you can buy and sell and do whatever else like that. The reason we have to put that caveat out there is back in the days when we were doing Joe Lanta, now known as Toy Lanta, a vendor actually set up his entire booth in the foyer of the hotel.
Yeah.
And was selling shit at the thing, and Joe Lanta lost its capability of doing the swap meet. So we tell people, and let me tell you, I can't speak for last year because I was in and out during that. But a couple of years ago, we had a guy who walked in with the Sears exclusive Cobra Command Center, the cardboard and everything, and he had that in the box. He never played with it. He had like a Killer Whale box, and I mean, he just walked in off the street. He had heard about the show, didn't make the show, came for the swap meet, and brought that stuff. And their jaws just dropped when they saw that Cobra missile base. And
there's some highlights from last year too. Somebody brought the HasLab Sky Striker.
There you go.
They were selling that for a big discount. I brought several Fortnite boats that sold.
Boat.
Yep. That's gold for 1/12, guys. Master Son brought a lot of classified as well. There's a lot of good stuff being sold. There was even a person that set up a table and said swap meet next to me and Quentin, and we just kind of looked at them like, you guys are assholes. Okay. But
brought me a gun safe for my retirement, and I will never forget that.
Yeah.
Well, what's really nice about
I held off on that, because I gotta maintain an image, but yeah.
Right.
That swap was phenomenal. Everybody showed up. This year's gonna be freaking awesome. I'm gonna bring some customs to give away for free.
There you go.
Yeah.
And
one, because my space is a little smaller now, and two, I was like, that would be cool. Like I was known for customs before I was known for YouTube. So yeah, I'm gonna give some customs away.
That's awesome, Chad.
Yeah. I gotta dig them out of these boxes, but I gotta get there. Yeah.
And I know that Shane's going to be bringing some hotness too.
Shane, what?
Same Time Toys is going to be bringing some fire too to the swap meet. We've been talking about that for the last 2 weeks. So
yeah, there are people that that weren't able to get a booth or a table at the show, and they were kind of bummed about it. And I said, well, man, bring it to the swap meet. And then in addition to that, this year we're bringing back, if you remember the JoeCon days, they had the room-to-room trading in the evenings. So we'll have a bulletin board put up for people that if they have something stuff that they want to sell out of their room, they post their little piece of paper on, they pin it on the bulletin board there. And so there might be people that have, stuff that wouldn't be able at the show, but you can go, at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock whenever they post it available, and or at the swap meet. So there's multiple ways to get stuff at the show. So
it's a good time too. Like you have a lot of good conversations, and like some people that you might not be talking to, you go up and you talk about Joe or anything else. Really, it's a good time.
Yeah, it's I like like I said, I've just always wanted to bring back the magic that I remember when I when I was going to Brian shows, Brian Savage's shows and stuff like that. And I love the swap meets, man. We would find some super good deals at those things, and find some grails,
Yeah, 100%. Because that's where Masterson says everybody should bring an item and then the money should go to charity. I like that idea too, for one item.
Yeah.
One item, that money goes to charity. But
let me chime in here on that. And this is new. Here's another It's Chat exclusive. We haven't announced this formally. We are working to get another room that's going to be on the lower level. That's where we're going to be having some of the workshops and some of the custom dioramas and stuff like that. But this was suggested by some of the guys that worked at Hasbro. We're going to have a silent auction of items that are to be donated, not only by, we're going to ask vendors if they can donate stuff for the silent auction, but the Hasbro guys are going to be donating things either from their collection, their own private GI Joe collection, things that they draw, or things that they make, that are be going to the auction. And it's going to be going to the Lieutenant Robert Welch charity, which is the charity that we started working with last year.
Right.
And just to recap, the Lieutenant Robert Welch, the third, is the son of our club president, Bob Welch, who was former Army, and his son. When we had GI Joe meetings, we watched this kid grow up at our meetings, joined the Army, became a lieutenant, went to Afghanistan, and got killed in combat over in Afghanistan. And so his wife, Becky, sets up at the show. She gives away the little Army man. And so we were talking about this with the Hasbro guys, and they really want to do it. They're really excited about it. And so this week I'm going to be reaching out to the other vendors and stuff like that. But it'll be a silent auction, and all monies made from that silent auction will go to the Lieutenant Robert Welch charity.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I think that's phenomenal. Yeah, for sure. And I will, I'll say one for him tomorrow. So I know that the Mam and I had a really nice conversation with his wife last year.
Yeah. We'll be thinking about him tomorrow.
Yep.
So, but yeah, we're really excited about it.
It's not about fucking barbecues, people.
No. That's
Suka said a toy donation box would be cool too. I will get behind that.
Yeah. We could definitely do that at the swap meet if you want to do that.
I think that would be cool. Yeah.
That would be cool.
Listen, man, I'm all for giving back,
Oh, yeah.
and then having, yeah. I think that's awesome.
It's cool to all, hang out and play grab ass and, see vendors and buy dollies and, meet all these legends and stuff. But, like what Masterson said, what Suka said, what other people have said, what you guys are doing, Greg, with the charity and all that stuff. I think that probably now more than ever, that's the stuff that, we should all really keep in our field of vision. I think that stuff's important. So.
Well, I mean, I don't know about you personally, Chad, but I know a lot of people that because of GI Joe, they went into the armed forces. They went into the Army, they went into the Marines, the Navy, and stuff like that.
Yep.
And so at the end of the day, you kind of have to remember, what GI Joe is about and stuff like that. And
I talked to a lot of people on Universally Redundant about that, and they a lot of them said the big reason they joined up was because of GI Joe, or they use GI Joe as a moral standard for them too. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
so, it's dope.
A lot of people, and that's the reason why we chose. Bob had really mixed feelings about us doing the one for his son, and I was like, listen, man, your son was a personification of GI Joe. I mean, that he went into the military and he served his country and he died for his country and stuff like that. And before that, we had the Shriners and we were giving back to kids and stuff like that. But I really felt strongly about having that as our charity that we give to. So like I said, Becky will be there. She'll be set up. and people can give donations if they want to. But we think the silent auction was were the GI Joe Hasbro guys, and I was really taken aback. That I was really just like stunned. I was like, that's a great idea. So we're pretty excited about it. We'll formally announce it this week. But yeah, it was when you mentioned about donations and stuff like that. I better talk about it at this thing. So
no, that's truly awesome.
Yeah.
Let's talk about some vendors real quick.
Yeah.
So right off the bat, top of the list, we got this bullshit company called Cotswold Collectibles. Any of you guys ever heard of that?
They keep coming back, man. I don't know what the hell their problem is. The owner is a fucking asshole.
These first two right here, I heard they both went out of business like years ago.
Yeah, I think they ate each other's
very
children.
funny these days. But anyway.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Greg, tell everybody about Cotswold, if you would, please.
All right. Cotswold Collectibles started out as an antique store. They were going out, two people would go out and they would buy these antiques in different parts of different countries. They went worldwide. And they called it Cotswold Collectibles in the beginning because they were buying furniture and antiques from the Cotswolds region of England. And then they came across some Action Man, which, if you remember Action Force, there was Action Man before that. They came across a collection, posted it in one of the toy magazines, remember magazines, long time ago. And they left their number and they went on a trip. 2 weeks, came back. Their voicemail was full for people wanting to collect Action Man. So they started carrying vintage toys, 12-inch toys. And then as time went on, they started carrying other brands, Hot Toys, Sideshow Collectibles, stuff like that. And they also, like I talked about this earlier, they carried GI Joe, Real American Hero. And not only did they carry that, but we had a relationship with somebody in India, and we were carrying a lot of the Fun School GI Joes. We were one of the first companies that carried that. And I don't know if I told you this last year. When I went to go work for Tina, I went in this back room and opened up these boxes, and they were all these GI Joe Real American Hero prototypes and stuff. Figures they look like they were made out of toothpaste, that color of toothpaste.
Yep.
And I found out, I talked to a friend of mine, and it wasn't the Mega Marines, it was what was to come after the Mega Marines, something Rangers.
Battle Corps Rangers. And so I had these, and I had prototypes from the Sergeant Savage line, the P-40 Warhawk look and play, and all these things. And I was like, what are these? Huh? You're killing me.
Anyway. And I asked Tina, and she goes, oh, yeah, we used to work really close together with the guys at Hasbro, and they would donate these, and we would have these auctions where people would call in and bid on these auctions. And then part of the money went back to a charity of their choice. And I was like, sweet. And she goes, yeah, we need to mail those back. And so she still had the phone numbers of everybody that had donated the different pieces. So all of those pieces went back to the original guys. And who knows, they might be in somebody's collection now, because I know people talk to these guys about some of their stuff. But yeah, we used to have this working relationship. I mean, she knew Kurt Bazigian back in the day and all like that. But as time 9/11 happened, the economy just went to shit. And they barely survived by the skin of their teeth. And 3 3/4 inch just, we just lost the focus on that. And then, but I bought the company in 2020 during COVID. Perfect time to buy a company, and moved it to Texas. And I'm trying to bring 3 3/4 inch back. I like I told you, I was born in '71. I got to enjoy Adventure Team, and I got to enjoy. Soccer was my first figure I got. Breaker was the next ones. All those guys. And so we're trying to bring 1/18 scale. We talked about Haya. We'll talk about it later, I guess. But Haya. Jeff, what was that line we were talking about? Joy Toy.
Joy Toy.
And so we're trying to carry stuff, and then we have the stuff from the I forget what it is. It's that O-Ring Ninja line that's been doing pretty good for us.
Legends of the Hidden Force.
Yes, we haven't gotten them in yet, but we've been pre-selling them, and then we started carrying is it Heavy Armor Toys, something like that. They do some really beautiful O-Ring figures. They do a lot of those Navy figures for the USS flag. I think it's Heavy Armor. They're coming to the show.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, they're coming to the show. They will have some of their military guys, and they're kicking off another Kickstarter. I think next week. I posted it on the show's Facebook page. But I mean, our heart is into action figures, and like I said, I grew up in the best of both worlds with that, and so I have an affinity for O-Ring, and so that's what I really want to support O-Ring through Cotswold, and it's just a matter of do we get the support back, because if nobody's buying shit, we don't make any money. But
yeah,
but in over 30 shit, man, over 35 years we've been in business since 1989. So
that'd be awesome. But are you guys going to start carrying Delta 17 as well, or is that modern construction? I'm sorry.
I was talking to Ken Poe the other day. There's a possibility of it. The thing we have to be careful about is that it has to reach the saturation point. That's the thing. Is it a mature product? Heavy Armored Toys, we just lucked into it because they had their version of Snake Eyes, they had their version of Grunt and Short Fuse and like that, and those did pretty good for us. We were trying to carry. We wanted to carry Call Sign, but I talked to Troy, and I think they have an exclusivity clause with maybe Big Bad Toy Store or something. I'm not sure. But we're always watching to see who's doing stuff, and I like O-Ring. I talked to is it Ben with Skeletron?
Yeah, that's Ben.
We were in talks to get them to send some product. They're going to be doing Joe Fest, but they're not going to be able to make our show. But they're going to be. The plan is for them to send a product along with Troy from Call Sign Longbow, and then them to have it at their booth at our show. But I mean, Cotswold, man, it started out just replacement parts for GI Joes and stuff like that, and we've just kept trucking along. So I love it, man. I mean, I go to work and play with toys all day, So
all I'm saying is that going into Cotswold and walking down all the aisles of nothing but toys. Man, I loved coming into your supply room. I don't know, storage area.
we joke it's a warehouse because we're mail order. We mostly all of our sales are online. We jokingly call it the TARDIS because when you drive up to it, it looks like a small building, but it just keeps going and going and going.
Oh, yeah. It's definitely larger on the inside than it looks on the outside.
Yeah.
Pause really quick.
Yeah.
Kenzo's Creations, man. Good to see you, dude. Says, thanks to whoever sent me a free channel membership. And I do have to say, Maximilian, thank you for gifting 5 channel memberships. And Maximilian says, because today was a great show. Awesome. Thank you so much. And I gotta do it. So here it comes.
Wolverines. Hell yeah.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. Thank you very much, Maximilian. And I also gifted 5 channel memberships because as creators, we can gift so many a month. My 5 went to Thomas Goes Nostalgic, Jason Fitz, the well-dressed nerd, Marcos Mahailka, I hope I pronounced that correctly, and Benjamin's Toy Box. So
that's guys.
Cool.
I just wanted to say that real quick. You will have Delta 17 represented there, correct? For Destro's.
Yeah, I talked to. I got to give full credit to Ken Poe. He contacted me and we worked something out. And Todd Henderson with Destro's Toy Den will be bringing their product to sell from his booth. So you don't see him on the vendor list, but it will be with Destro's Toy Den.
All I know is that this year I need to be able to find Destro's Toy Den to get a damn t-shirt, because 2 years ago at Joe Fest, I really wanted one of their shirts and I could not find where his freaking booth was. And everybody kept saying, oh, you walked past it like 10 times. And I'm like, yeah, the fuck out of here. No, I didn't. And
really, you can't miss Todd's booth, man. Oh,
I know, but it was Sunday and I was like, fuck, I need a shirt. And I just kept going back, maybe because I was a little like spastic about it, but
right.
Whatever, man. Shit happens. So,
I'll bring some good stuff, though. I kudos to him. First time he's doing the show, too. So,
Marcos, did I pronounce your last name correctly? The J is pronounced as a Y. Hopefully I got that correct. But either way, hey man, congratulations on your channel membership. I hope you enjoy it. There's tons of members only content out there. Anyway, so let's go through this. So you got Boba Joe's heavy armor toys.
Yep.
Aw, look it. We were talking about this guy a whole bunch.
Yep. Daryl will be there.
Yep. John Kukovic with call sign Longbow is going to be there.
Mhm.
Yeah.
TMH is a good group too. They're good. It's a husband and wife. They're really nice. They have
Becky. Yeah. Phenomenal.
They're nice people.
They have an entire toy museum for their house. It's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, if you talk to them, they'll probably invite you to come. I think they're going to have dinner out there or something like that. And they invite people to go out there and check out their museum and stuff. They got a pretty impressive collection. So,
and Empire Toys as well. Matt and Chuck, they just reopened their store finally. They kind of had to close doors for a little bit, but Empire Toys is an awesome toy store.
Phenomenal toy store. Great toy store. It's sad that when they close their brick and mortar, but they're back in business though.
They're also in Retro Freaks too.
Mm-hmm.
Just like this guy.
This dumbass.
Yeah.
Mikey makes and sells really good customs. Last year, Jeff W, he almost cleaned Mikey out.
Really?
Yep.
That's awesome.
Oh yeah. He walked up and he like looked at a bunch, and and he was kind of like, he'd come and he'd look and he'd go and he'd come, and then like he just boom bought, I want to say like 20.
Yeah, he bought a lot.
Damn.
At one point, Mikey's thing was full, and then I looked over and there was like 5 left, and I was like, Jesus.
Yeah, and Mikey and Jeff were right next to each other, and then Mikey's dad was on the other side, and then Jeff, your buddies were next to Jeff.
Not another retro channel. Those guys, they were all next to Nowhere Man-Child, Jeff. Then it was Mikey. Then it was John, and that was great placement last year. That was awesome.
I gotta say, Greg, I was stoked when you told me that Mark II was coming.
That's cool.
Yeah, because he did the show year before last,
right?
Mm-hmm. And then last year he said he couldn't, and then like we had Steve's Toys who came in and kind of filled the slot, and then Steve was going to try to do the show and he couldn't at the time, and then unfortunately we had sold out. I talked to him because I told him, I was like, well, he's like, well, I don't have a booth. I was like, fuck it, dude, just show up and sell at the swap meet or show at the other one. But yeah, having Mark back is really cool. I'm glad he's coming back because they do some really cool stuff.
I want to get my head scanned because I want to make a custom.
Is he going to come do the head scan thing?
I don't know. I need to talk to him. He did it at the show 2 years ago. So
he did, and I ignored him.
You know why he better? I'll tell you what.
It's science, people! Science!
I'm traumatized.
Why are you traumatized by that one? That one's not even bad. I'm sure there's a couple people that
I'm just not prepared mentally for it. I'm in the zone, and then you hit me with some person of color. The color spectrum just totally overstimulates me.
Well, I'm sure there's a lot of people who got here late that missed this one.
Ay, mira.
Why? What the hell? Just why?
The humanity.
Good Lord, man.
Look, it's my brand, dude. Like, people know when they show up here, they're going to see some weird shit.
That's some weird shit, man.
Some weird shit, all right.
Back to Mark II designs. Look, don't push me again. Don't do it.
Yes, sir.
What the fuck?
We don't know. We still don't know what the fuck that is.
Look, everybody knows. That's just how it is. But look, the chat goes nuts when I do it. It's just like,
my God.
Anyway, I am glad that you got Mark II design coming back. He does a lot of awesome stuff of his own. He does a lot of work with Valaverse and other companies as well. He has the head scan technology,
he's a great addition.
The caliber that we would want to see at the DFW GI Joe show.
Yeah.
Also,
I'm
Jeff Butler just listed what he's going to have for Nowhere Man-Child. He's going to have a Terrordrome, a Toxolab, Classified Vamp, Serpentor, and more good stuff.
Send me pictures, man. I'll put it on the Facebook page.
Greg,
I might need to.
who's the one that threw up the pictures of that fucking Defiant?
That was probably Day and Night Collectibles. They always bring some
I
cool
commented
shit.
on, and Suka was like, "Back off, Chad." Ooh.
Yeah, Day and Night, they never disappoint. It's like almost every year they build a flag and they bring a flag or two flags and they always sell them. And yeah, they got that defined. I think I want to say that was Day and Night. Yeah, man, these guys, they'll say, I've been telling them, all my vendors, I'll like, send me pictures of what you're bringing so we can kind of tease. And yeah, man, they just bring the stuff comes out of the woodwork.
Yeah, absolutely. And I have to say, I got to amplify this for Jeff Butler.
Yeah.
If any of you are looking for any of this stuff that Jeff Butler just posted from Nowhere Manchild Toys, which is, his little toy store company.
Mm-hmm.
Jeff has amazing prices. He's a freaking awesome dude. And he cut me a killer deal on a shitload of mint carded Street Fighter Joes last year. And if you want good deals from a rad dude, go see Jeff.
I think I'm going to hit him up for that vamp. In all honesty, I don't have one. I kind of want one, and I'm not going to pay no $300 for one.
Yeah, Jeff is the guy that you definitely want to hit his table because he always brings us just some good shit. It's just some good, solid shit at the show.
Oh yeah.
He's a damn nice guy.
Super nice guy.
That shit goes a long way. Like good prices and being a good person.
Yeah.
Absolutely. But yeah,
we call it Joe Karma around here. Joe Karma.
Jeff knows his shit. He does. Yeah. I wouldn't buy that classified vamp for $20.
I know. Maybe I can trade a D&D figure from Target for it.
But I'll pay $400 for a loose figure subscription service figure. So it all comes out in the wash, right?
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do?
I'm sure there's lots of collectors that look at like one loose, like Joe Con exclusive or FSS figure I have and said, you paid how much for that? Like, I wouldn't pay that. Yeah.
I mean, it's all like eye of the beholder, right? So.
Somebody asked me what I don't have. Wasn't that Blue Serendipity?
That was Sam, yeah.
I don't have a Toxo Lab. I never had any interest in owning a Toxo Lab. I might have to rethink that if it's Jeff.
That's true.
And then I might have to snake it out from under Shane.
That's fair.
Look, every toy show or convention I go to, there always has to be that one item that I just like, whoop, right in front of somebody. 2 years ago at Joe Fest, Hans Chow was standing there talking to somebody, and I just walked up, and there was an old 60s action sailor lunchbox. And as he's standing there talking to this person, I literally reached right in front of him and grabbed that lunchbox and just kind of walked away with it. And Hans was like, "Hey, I was looking at that." And I was like, "Snooze, you lose, son." So,
Do you guys know who Pixel Dan is?
Yeah, Dan's the guy.
Okay,
yeah, Jeff's good friends with him. I've never met him, but yeah, whatever.
So Pixel Dan is known for Masters of the Universe. That's his jam.
Yeah.
And we had him 2 years ago, and at the show when we were restructuring it, and he became a diehard GI Joe collector after that. He went Ninja Force crazy. For some reason, Ninja Force was like his thing, and he was walking around the entire showroom floor talking about Ninja Force stuff. It's totally blew my mind.
Yeah, Ninja Force Zartan's like his dude.
His dude. It's just crazy. And because I thought it was so funny because a friend of mine was friends with him and said, "Why don't you bring him in?" I was like, "Okay, I'll bring him in," But yeah, afterward he was telling all the GI Joe stuff he bought at the show, and I was like, "That's crazy, man."
Is Dan coming in this year or no?
No. It was that year we were restructuring, and that was just a one-day show. And so that year we brought in Dan and we brought in Ron and Jenny. And it was just something to kind of have, for the fans and everything like that. And no, we haven't reached out to him. Like I said, and it's nothing against Dan. It was just like, well, if we're gonna bring in a guest, I would rather bring somebody who worked for Hasbro,
Yeah.
And now that we have, more people that we can bring. I mean, the Dan that I'm working with now is Dan Klingensmith. So.
Yeah, and you know, this isn't anything against that Dan.
No, there was
Pixel
Dan was an awesome guy. Don't get me
This isn't
wrong.
anything about Larson or Pixel Dan or anything like that, but like lessons learned, right? Joe Fest, you know, shelled out, you know, and I mean Dan Larson, right? You know, whatever your opinion on him is, like, if you can get a Kirk Bazigian or you can get a fucking Dan Larson, like,
right,
there is no contest.
Yeah, I mean, I think these guys, I think they help the community and stuff like that, the collecting community. Or I know you don't like the word community.
Yeah, we don't say that word here, Greg.
I'm sorry. They like the collecting enthusiast culture, whatever. But yeah, if it's between bringing somebody who knows stuff about GI Joe versus somebody who actually worked on GI Joe, we're gonna do that. Yeah, I you know, like I said, Dan. Pixel Dan was great, phenomenal, really great guy. He knows his shit about Motu, but I just like the fact that he went fucking GI Joe crazy at our show. So
yeah, it was cool. I remember. Yeah, that was a good time.
Yeah, that was a fun show. That was a fun show.
I gotta give a freaking shout out to Ted Darklaw because good to see you, buddy. They're gonna have a random diorama on their show in just a little bit.
Nice.
Really?
Yeah. Yep. Tonight. So I just wanted to say hi to Ted. I haven't seen Ted in a while. And yeah, the Chad Hole Dude Bros Fellowship is kind of what we call it around here.
Dude Bros. I forgot about that term.
2 hour chat, Dude Bros. Yeah, I just use the word like hobby or whatever. But
yeah. I don't know. I just try not to get trigger words for you, Chad. Sorry.
Oh, it's just a joke. It's just a joke. It's one of those, like, yeah. The collective of Chad community.
The Fellowship of the Dolly.
The community of Chad community. So,
Chad, why are you so insensitive?
God bless America.
Don't make me.
Don't make me. Don't make me get that. I can handle that when it was that.
Yeah.
The toothy one.
Which toothy one?
No,
I'm not talking anymore. Thank you, Jeff.
Same team, Greg. Same
never
team.
Go full sensitive. The not a tank community.
Oh God, yeah, that's your other trigger word.
One of Chad's grails is a Snake Eyes movie Baroness. You know, I do have that figure.
Really?
The Kareness? Yeah, I do.
He does.
Yeah.
He's got a lot of those Snake Eyes
figures. Called the
figures.
Baroness. Yeah.
Oh, that one. Okay, I'm sorry. I was thinking of the first one from the. Okay,
Yeah.
the Channing Tatum years.
Ugh.
I'm hovering over it. I'm really fighting. I'm fighting.
Chad, think of the children.
Huh?
Think of the children.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I'm kind of a big deal. People know me.
How about I just do that one instead? Is that
I
okay?
didn't remember that one.
That one's okay. All right.
That one was
really hard on that one to get the head to move like that with his head.
That was talented. I think ILM's going to be calling you, buddy.
Yeah, I worked hard on that one. That's what she said. I worked hard on it.
Yeah.
Yeah. What about Joe Hose?
Joe Hose?
Yeah. Doomed Ho wants to know: will they make a classified Channing Tatum? Nope.
God, I hope not.
You know what we really want to know is will they make a Resolute Duke in classified scale?
Ugh.
Why?
Because Resolute was awesome.
But they made a Resolute line.
I know.
Oh, look, Mike from Tidarium Hangers here. What's up, dude? What did I miss? You missed a bunch.
Yeah. You missed Toothy Chick, Purple Hair Chick.
Yeah, Toothy Chick, Purple Haired Chick, some other weird people.
Rainbow Boy.
wants the highlight reel. Let's see. Bobby Vala popped in and talked about the DFW exclusive, talked about the panel he's going to do. Greg talked about a silent auction.
Yep.
Tons of shit.
All these, you're getting the dirt, brother. You're getting the dirt.
Yeah. I will agree with Ken Toys. At least Channing Tatum was a legit Joe fan, and that's why they killed his ass off in the second.
Yeah, they Charlton Heston his ass.
Yeah. I love the Resolute Duke. I made a Resolute Duke out of Classified Duke.
Matt, I want to see that.
But see, here's the thing. If you like Resolute and you want Resolute figures, they're out there. Just go get them.
I have a couple.
Yeah, you're welcome.
But I can't pose the 3 3/4 with a 1/12 scale in a picture. I can do one or the other, not together though.
James Lucas, not to actually you, but I'm going to actually you. It's fellow fucks. Because I too am a fuck. Right? That's what it was. It was greetings, fellow fucks. That's what it was. Yeah.
I like fucks community better.
Yeah, fair enough. Maximilian Tucker, he posted this and I starred it because we were kind of on a roll. I have a great donation for the silent auction. Who do I talk to?
Reach out to us. Reach out to us on Facebook on the DFW GI Joe Action Figure Facebook page. I'm the one who monitors that, so reach out to me on that one. If he's on Facebook, hopefully.
Yeah, Max is on Facebook.
Did they? Yeah, just have him reach out to the DFW GI Joe Action Figure Facebook page and just message us.
Can they go to the actual website too? There's a contact section.
There is. That's Bob, and Bob is in Europe right now with his grandson doing the Normandy tour.
All right, let me find the Facebook one then. That way, it'll just make it easier for everybody.
Yeah, thanks. So, yeah, because if you send it to Bob, he won't answer for another week and a half, and you can reach me on Facebook.
Jesus, right? Anyway, yeah. Cool.
But thank you, though. That's appreciated.
It's my
Mother Slug. I have not forgotten your question. I'm just kind of holding it. So yeah, I will definitely get to it.
What was his earlier question?
He was asking, I guess I'm paraphrasing, but what were my thoughts on the lack of classified stuff right now?
Oh,
it was a little out of the context. So HGC channel member for 13 months says my big flex. There you go, HGC. That's for you, buddy. Thank you for being a chat hole for 13 months.
Chat hole.
Said, I will reach out. I'll bring a box or a tote full for the auction. Damn, son.
There you go.
Look at you, Greg. You're out here just getting it all.
Doing all
making things happen, baby.
Question, Chad. Were you a fan of the 90s electric push button backpack Joe figures? Supersonic fighters? Yeah, some of them. Yeah, absolutely. I have the Supersonic Fighter Overkill. I have the Falcon, a couple others. Yeah.
I have that Falcon and General Hawk.
Yeah, Hawk and Cobra Commander too, wasn't it?
Yeah, and Stalker.
And Overkill?
That's Stalker's money, dude.
Really?
Well, I just mean he's awesome.
Oh.
Not like expensive.
Not expensive.
Well, they're all expensive.
That's relative, though, right?
That's a good question for Woody, from Woody right now.
Maximilian Tucker, channel member for 7 months. Thank you, guys.
That's a lot of money.
This one?
Yeah.
Do you have to bring stuff to get into the swap meet, or can I just bring my wallet? You can just bring your wallet,
You
brother.
can bring your wallet, man. Hell yeah. Yeah.
Or just come fucking hang out.
Well, I mean, I'm his ride, so he's going to be there as long as I'm there.
And that's the one thing about the chat swap meet. You don't have to have a ticket to get into it. I mean, if you didn't even make the show on Saturday, you can still come to the swap meet. Just drive out to the hotel, and you can come to the swap meet. It's a free for all, man.
It's going to be dope. I'm really looking forward to this year. I'm really looking forward to seeing familiar faces and just having a good time.
Yep, and that's what it's all about, man. We're just there to have fun and buy some stuff. Let's, go to some panels, go to some workshops, and just, hang out.
Yeah, absolutely. 49er Brian, channel member for 10 months, says your figure needs a 3-wiper vehicle because I have an FJ Cruiser. He always brings that shit up. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate that. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the swap's all about, you can literally swap. You can buy, you can sell, you can trade, you can just freaking hang out. It'll be rad.
Mm-hmm.
It's a good time. The whole thing is a good time. Speaking of which,
yeah,
I want to touch on these panels real quick before we wind it down.
Yep.
Anybody who knows my streams know, like we go long, boy. We go hard in the paint.
Yep. My ass is asleep.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
Hey, I'm committed to the cause, baby.
You are. Greg, you know what, man? You are a hell of a dude. Like Jeff, Greg, everybody in the chat. You guys are all, like literally all of you, are the one reason why I fucking love doing YouTube, because that's really what allowed me to meet all of you awesome people.
Don't make me cry.
I truly
Don't make me cry. You're gonna make me cry. Don't do it, Chad. Okay, I'm back.
Thank you, Chad. I appreciate that. It's been nice getting to know everybody in here too.
I love you, Chad.
This is for you, Greg, because you fucking asked for
you
it.
mother.
Just checking in. Have you drank water today? Did you eat? Did you take your meds?
I've been off my meds for 5 days. I'm fine.
That's for you, Greg.
What's sad is I know a person who looks just like that, and it's a woman. So
yeah,
it's just like that.
George Aiken, thank you for being here. Thank you for always being awesome. George is another fantastic person that I would not have met if not through other people associated with toy collecting, the hobby, and YouTube. So yeah.
Hey Chad, I bust your balls, Chad, but it's the one thing I do enjoy about this is because the first Joe Con I went to was in '98, and I made a friend there, and he and I have been lifelong friends, and every year I just keep adding on friends, and yeah. You and I became good friends. You came out and visited me, and we hung out and had some Mexican food and stuff like that. So, and to me, that's what it's all about. It's just getting to know other people who share the hobby with you. So, there's a soft spot for you. So,
and not to, not to do the downer thing, but the reason I had the ability and the time to come and see you is because I was there for my brother's funeral.
Yeah.
And only a few of you guys knew during DFW last year that my brother was lying in a hospital bed downtown dying, and I was going back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And
yep.
Then I came back out, sadly after my brother died, and being able to just get away from that.
Mm-hmm.
And go hang out with you and just have tacos, right? Like it seems like such an inconsequential thing, but it meant the fucking world to me. So thank you.
I was glad I was there for you, brother. You know that.
Yeah, absolutely. Anyway, all right. So Saturday morning, the first panel is chicken fried toys. So
chicken fried toys.
Yep. They made a really awesome First Sergeant Bell figure, which is an homage to Michael Bell and Duke, which is really cool. I love that figure. And then 11 a.m. Selling the Adventure, the role of GI Joe marketing. So I know a lot of these are more Dan Klingensmith's wheelhouse, but that's one of those Joe panels that the legends are going to be doing.
Yep. So that'll be like Kirk, and that'll be Vinny, and that'll be oh God, I just forgot his name. I can see his picture, but that'll be the marketing guys predominantly. We wanted to. Last year it was kind of like a smorgasbord, kind of a free for all type of thing, and this year we wanted to focus on certain things. And so, yeah, that one's going to be focused on Bob Swanson.
Yeah,
be focused on marketing, which, as you touched upon earlier, was a critical part of the success of GI Joe.
Oh yeah,
yes.
yeah. Yeah. And that's kind of one of the things, right? So you got to have like those 3 pillars, right? You have to have those pillars or something. You have to have really good marketing, you got to have really good product, and you got to have media.
Yeah.
And they freaking stuck it. And the cool thing about DFW is you have representations of all 3 of those pillars that made that line so good. And yes, Ryan, Greg and I had tacos, and you were in Washington State, so suck it.
He could have come down, man.
Yeah, man. Yeah. About those tacos, baby.
That was a good Mexican restaurant.
It says we got to have beef or broccoli. I'm gonna get canceled for that. And then this dude right here and his dad, couple of Kooks panels. So what's going on with that?
I don't know.
Ryan and I don't get a panel. You know.
Well, let me tell you
And
this.
his dad get a panel. Ryan and I don't get a fucking panel. It's cool.
It's okay. Maybe next year. Hey, you get your own fucking swap meet, man.
Whoa, dude. I don't like that tone.
Jesus. No, let me I gotta throw some major kudos to these guys, because John came to me and he was like, after the show, and he was like, dude, we freaking we just loved doing the build a vehicle with the legends. That was just so intense. He said, we want to be involved next year. And so when I was up at Des Moines, at Assembly Required, I talked to John and Mikey, and so they wanted to be way more involved in that build a vehicle to kind of make sure we get it done. And they're also really then they're going to be doing the build a figure where Mikey's going to be doing it. And hell, man, they're going to be there Friday morning helping us get everything set up. So they're actually part of the crew. So their involvement intensified this year, and on top of that, they're a gold sponsor along with you. And so I gotta give those guys some credit, because it's just awesome that these people come and they want to be involved and they want to help build the show. So
well, now they're all talking shit back and forth. So Ryan's like, "Where's my 3 POA panel?" Mikey says, "Buy a booth, you shit bird." I want to be comped.
Well, I know Woody,
riot.
Well, I know Woody, Shane, and myself are going to do a live episode of Smokin' Joe's from the floor of the hotel Saturday evening, probably around 5:30, 6 o'clock.
Yeah, I was about to say there's a larger foyer there for the the lounge and stuff like that, where people want to do podcasts or whatever else like that. It's way more conducive to things like that than the other hotel was.
Yeah, it's
and then you have hotel rooms too. You can do it at the hotel rooms.
Did you guys know that in China, Chinese food is just food?
Yep. Yep.
Hey, Jeff, we got a $5 super chat. Will you do me the courtesy, do me the honor and read this, please?
Sure. Can I get a Chad is so insensitive?
Chad, how insensitive of you.
Big Ed, thank you for the $5 super chat, and there is your how insensitive of you.
Get fucked, Big Ed.
Somebody needs some clearance, though.
That was good. That was good. Come on, that was good.
That was good. That was good.
That was good. And then we have the behind the battle inspiration behind GI Joe figures and vehicles panel. That panel is going to be freaking awesome.
That one's going to be fire. It's going to be good.
Hell yeah. That's going to be a fantastic panel. Then a call sign longbow panel.
Yep.
Right. Yeah, that'll be fantastic too. Behind the scenes of GI Joe first live action micro movie, which is the Plasma Talks series of commercials. Yeah. Anybody who hasn't seen those, yeah, I did a whole live stream on those for Neon at Night, but
they're nuts, man.
Commercials. Yeah. And it's cool to watch them talk about how it started with Super Trooper and then it kind of moved a little and a little and a little. Yeah. And then we had like the 93 headquarters, the detonator, all of the Eco Warrior stuff, and just how they tied everything in. And each commercial was a continuation of the commercial before.
Yeah.
Them all together in Vancouver over a couple of months. Kirk will tell the story how he almost got divorced, how he almost got burned alive. And yeah, it's a really awesome freaking story.
It's going to be a fun panel. Yeah.
Yeah. Fantastic panel. And then GI Joe Holy Grails, rare finds from the 60s and 70s. That'll be cool, especially for
That's cool.
All the 1/6 scale love.
And Ace Allgood would be doing that. So Ace Allgood, he's like our national treasure as well for 12-inch. So
yeah, that'll be very cool.
It'd be rad if you could get the Plaid Stallions guy to come down.
You know what? I talked to him, but it's I mean, he lives in Canada, so getting him from Canada is a little bit sketchy. And then with the political climate right now, some Canadians are afraid they won't be able to get back.
Right,
I understand.
Right.
Yeah.
But no, I've been throwing the seed out to him, and he knows about the show. And maybe next year we can
get
get him.
Not get back? We're in the business of kicking everybody out right now. You can get back to Canada, trust me. That's that bullshit. That's what that is. Joe Bits sends a $2 super. Look, tell me I'm fucking wrong, right? Joe Bits sends a $2 super chat. Anyone know if you can kit bash Hiya Toys GI Joe? I do know somebody. Hang on a second. Hey, to answer your question, Joe Bits, yes, you can kit bash Hiya Toys Joes, but you can only kit bash them with other Hiya Toys Joes because of their construction. But yes, you can. I hope that answers your question. Thank you for the $2 super chat. Anyway, moving on. Sundays panels. GI Joe animated series panel. Why don't you expand on that there, Greg?
That one will be Jamie Sullivan will be moderating that one, and it'll be Michael Charles Hill. It'll be Greg Berger. It'll be Lisa Raggio and Zach Hoffman. And they will be talking about, I know that they will be talking about, because right now this is the hot topic, Cold Slither. Everybody's going crazy for Cold Slither. And Michael Charles Hill was the guy who created Cold Slither.
Yeah.
But Michael Charles Hill also created for the animated series the Sunbow version of the Coil, which is different than the cartoon series. If you watch the second and last season of GI Joe from Sunbow, the very last episode is the origin of the Coil, which is Cobra Commander. It's the Dreadnoks, which would mean Zartan and Zorano would be there. It's Firefly, it's Storm Shadow, and stuff like that. And that's also kind of why we were trying to get those people, is because we wanted to do kind of enlighten people. Some people don't even know that there was a Coil. In fact, they didn't even do any. Brian Savage worked on an O-ring series of kind of like Coil figures, but that's been about the only person who's actually dabbled with it.
Yeah, and if Sunbow came back to do a season 3, Ken, I'm going to come back to this bullshit in a second. Their season 3 pitch was the Coil.
It was the Coil. It was all going to be about the Coil.
Pitch for the next GI Joe live action after Retaliation, and that's where they were going to kill off Cobra Commander in the first 5 minutes. And yeah. Mark Webber is known for saying, like, don't do that. Sorry, go ahead.
But no, that's what that panel is going to be. So they're going to be talking about that, and then kind of like the behind the scenes and like that. So it's just, who knows what they'll talk about. But that's Jamie's working on that one. He'll be doing that because Jamie's good friends with all of those people. So I thought it only made sense that he was going to moderate it.
Oh yeah, it'll be awesome, and I'm sure they'll talk about like the end of Sunbow, because it was Marvel Productions Sunbow. It was actually owned by Marvel, and that was kind of the whole, Marvel did the comics, Marvel did the animation. It was Sunbow, right? But then, Hammertron, I start streaming on Sundays at 5 p.m. Eastern, dude. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Hey, Pokey87 has a good question. I know this has come up before. You and I talked about this last year as well. Will the panels be put online at a later date for us losers who can't make the show?
Yes. In fact, if you go to the homepage, you can see a link to our YouTube channel, and you can see all the panels that we did last year. And we just uploaded the last panel from last year's show, so everybody can watch every one of those panels. We will be recording every one of these, and we will be broadcasting them probably starting next year. What we've been doing with these is we've been slowly feeding these out in anticipation of the 2025 show. So
hell yeah, dude.
Yeah.
Awesome. And then Sunday at 11 a.m. Inside the Process, a GI Joe product turnover presentation. That one's going to be
That one's going to be
A
interesting.
wealth of knowledge for people to sit and watch. So yeah. Staying home all the time makes us all whiners. I thought you said winners.
Better than wieners.
I'd like to stay home. Look, I missed that whole quarantine lockdown thing. I missed all of that. Where's my 10 or 12 months of being able to stay at home and never leave? I want that. Can I have that, please?
I didn't get it.
I didn't get it. I was in East Africa putting in work, man.
I was trying to keep a business alive.
Yeah, no shit, right? Sunday at 12. The man showed up for a little bit, talked to us about what we can expect, but the Valaverse panel. So Valaverse panel. Sadly, I missed it. We already discussed the whys of that. We're not going to retread that. But how was the Valaverse panel last year? I saw the slides after the fact, but I missed the panel.
It's pretty dope.
It was nuts. And what was crazy is we weren't originally going to have the Valaverse panel, and then Bobby came to me and was like, hey, can you fit us in? And so we put him in at the 10 o'clock slot. And 10 o'clock's general admission, so it was literally there's a rush of people that came in the door and ran straight back there. So that's why we put him at 12 o'clock to kind of give people time to get it, because it was Jeff, was it standing room only at one point?
Yeah, well, throughout the whole thing, like everybody got in there, and then Bobby waited a good 10, 20 minutes before he started, and then you know it was like people standing in the back, and like I was sitting with Mython and Zakanen and Master Son.
Right.
And we were lucky because we got there at like 9:30.
Right. Yeah, you got in early. Yeah.
Yeah. So
fuck that. I'll just walk in and stand up in the back corner of the stage and be like, do something. Anyway. Just kidding. But I'm not surprised, because Joe Fest 2023, when you either take the stairs up or come out of the elevator, there's like a long-ish kind of hallway, and then there's the room. That shit, Bobby's panel at 23 was backed up all the way to the staircase. Like people couldn't get out of the elevator. Like the Valaverse packs it in.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He was the only vendor we actually had to put up stanchions in the floor, on the floor, to keep people corralled correctly, so it wasn't a bum rush.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah.
Shane from Same Time Toys says, quote of the day, do something. Yeah, exactly. And then the final panel on, say again.
Oh, I had a question about vendors, but I'll ask him after we're done.
Okay, yeah, one sec. The final panel on Sunday is 1 p.m. GI Joe Classic Collection, Inspiration and Research of the Real Heroes of History. What's
That is Kurt Groen's panel. Ooh. And he will be talking about the I don't know if he'll be talking about the medals upon it, but he'll be talking about the generals and stuff like that, like Washington and Grant and Robert E. Lee and all like that from the Classic Collection series. As well, he's throwing in the hybrid of the Adventures of GI Joe, the one that they had alligators and sharks and shit like that. He'll be talking about one of those as well, because cool. I really didn't realize how much Kurt had his involvement in Classic Collection. And I mean, people that played with Classic Collection as a kid, now they're getting of age where they're buying it again and they're enjoying it.
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, that is a packed weekend of awesomeness, my friend.
Yeah.
That's going to be fantastic. When the fuck is my swap? Saturday night?
Saturday, yeah. Is it 6 or 7? I forget. If you look on that's the Saturday, Sunday. Go on the master schedule up there.
Yeah, that's right.
There it is right there.
I think I saw it earlier.
It'll tell you on the master schedule.
Hey, there it is, baby.
Yeah.
Right before the vehicle building workshop. Is there a meet and greet again?
The meet and greet is on Friday for people, commanders. That'll be at 8 o'clock in the tradesmen's room. And we scheduled it where not everybody was arriving at 5 o'clock and then going to eat. So
yeah, that was kind of a little weird last year.
It was cramped. And that was kind of the thing, is because flying in Ron and Jenny out of where they're flying out of, it was kind of crazy. But this year we're actually flying in the day before, so they can be very well rested. And so they're all gonna go out to eat dinner. You know, they always have this. They get together on Friday night, and then they'll be there at the trade winds room, and we'll have some drinks and snacks and stuff like that. And a little bit more because last time it was just in a room. This time there'll be some chairs and cocktail tables. It literally it's like a kind of like a little cafe setting. So,
Oh, cool.
and we've extended the invitation from not only the Hasbro people. We've extended the invitation to the artists. Like we got Kickley and all those guys and George, and we've also extended the invitation to the animated series people. If they want to attend, they're more than welcome to attend.
So that's awesome.
Yeah, you don't. We have no idea who will be there. I mean, everybody. I think everybody showed up last year, and it was pretty cool, man. I had fun at that one.
I have to say, I have to say this. Chris from Cutthroat Comics, got to run. It's dinner time. Thanks for a great stream. Thank you for being here, Chris, and enjoy your dinner.
See you,
I
dude.
have to say, last year's meet and greet was. I mean, not only is that something that, as a lifelong Joe fan, and I'm not speaking for myself, I'm just saying any one of us who loves GI Joe, even if it's, you've been into the line for 3 years or 10 years or 20, 40, to see all of these dudes walk into this room where you could just walk up to any one of them and just spark up whatever conversation. Hey, why did you decide to, do EcoForce? And they'll just talk to you.
Oh, yeah.
It was so freaking cool. Like, I just stood back and I just watched everybody talking to all of them. I will say, Greg, I'm sure you can agree with this. When everybody first walked in and their handler guy, I forgot his name. I'm sorry.
That's great.
Yeah. And he introduced all of them, and it was dead silent in the room. And everyone was like this.
Yeah, everybody was geeking the fuck out, man.
Yeah, it was like at the prom when nobody wants to get up and dance, and they were all just kind of looking at them like, is that really Larry Hama standing 6 feet from me? I don't.
Yeah, I forgot Larry was there.
Yeah, Larry was there.
I forgot Larry was there, man. Yeah, his slide got. Yeah,
it took everybody 10 or 15 minutes to kind of warm up.
Yeah,
but, dude, it was rad.
Well, and that's the thing about these people is they're so approachable, I mean, most of the guys, they're just kind of dumbfounded that people are just just so engrossed in collecting, and they want to know this information. And so, I mean, it's like Guy Cassaday was asking me questions, and Bob Swanson was asking me questions. They're like, okay, how does this go? We haven't done this before.
Yeah.
And
it was so cool.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Listen, man, the two main things I remember about that night was Kurt Bazigin. I'd met Kurt Bazigin one time before, but Kurt Bazigin came up to me and he put his hand on my shoulder and he said, "You've done a really good job with this show." And to me, that was high fucking praise.
Oh, yeah. When the commander praises you, you're good.
I was humbled. And then the other thing is that weekend was Ron and Jenny's wedding anniversary, and so I made sure that I got them a suite. I made sure they had flowers in their room, and I put a bottle of champagne in there. And Jenny waves over to me. She goes, "Ron wants to talk to you." And I sat down next to him, and he goes, "Man, that was really nice of you to do that." And I was like, "Dude, you're coming here on your wedding anniversary. I have to throw you some love." And so it's just, I don't know. There's part of me, there's part of me, the guy that knows these people, and then so there's part of me that's fangirls,
Sure.
But it's just, I mean, how it is.
Yeah, there's no way around that. Kirk, Ron, all these guys, I've talked to them so many times before, and every time it's still man, these dudes shaped my entire life, and I can never stress that enough. And I don't think I can ever express that enough to them to thank them for that. And they know it, but every time I see them, I still want to just, my mind wants to go on repeat and be like, "Thank you for shaping my whole life," but.
Well, it was when we did the Build a Vehicle thing, I was sitting over there with Kurt Groen, and Kurt was just drawing sketches and everything. He's always drawing. And so he started telling me the story about I forget which snake eyes were snake eyes, but it was a later one, and he was black and red and blue accents and gray. And he was telling me that the gauntlets. He told me the story of the gauntlets, how he actually drew the Japanese characters and what they symbolized and everything. And I was like, holy fuck, I never even knew that. You know, and just him just sitting there and just telling me that, just kind of like, just kind of like off the cuff. I was like, that's fucking cool, man. You know?
Yeah. Mark, yeah, you're correct. But he was also an American soldier in MASH as well. He was driving a Jeep. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Matthew Matson, another guy that we got to all hang out with. Will Gray be helping out again?
Thank God, yes, he will be helping out again.
Oh, yeah.
Gray is our handler for picking up people and everything, and he will be renting like a 15-passenger van and getting all these people. And I mean, dude, he's my lucky rabbit, man. He's my lucky rabbit foot. Gray has been phenomenal.
He's the consigliere for sure.
Yeah, man, he's the handler. He takes care of it. So yeah, Gray will be there. Heck yeah. I mean, yeah.
Yeah. So for anybody who's going to the show or interested in going to the show, I know it's like a month out, but by all means, please go look at DFWJoeShow.com. Jeff's been nice enough to put all these links in the chat throughout the night. If you're on Replay Squad, you can see them popping up in the chat. But
awesome. Thanks,
look
Jeff.
at the show schedule. Look at the tickets. If you want to talk about an awesome con that's worth your money, and that's something else we didn't even talk about, like, I mean, a commander's package with a fucking t-shirt is $75.
Mm-hmm.
The prices of this show are so good. Like, if you want to talk about just cons in general and being competitive, but add in all of these legends that you get to meet in person, up close, all the stuff, the panels, the workshops, like $75 isn't shit.
Yeah. Early bird access for all 3 days.
Yeah, and then you can click on the more info and it shows all that stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't have a commander's package.
Well, I don't know if you could handle it. There's two hands to handle
That's
it.
what she said. Well, I mean, last year I had a press pass. This year I'm a sponsor.
Yeah. I'm
sure.
I'm,
Jeremy, Greg. You always take care of me.
I have a feeling that the perks of being a gold sponsor will be reflected generously in your favor.
Look, I just planned on going wherever I want to go. And then when somebody looks at me like I shouldn't be there, I'm just going to give them that.
Well, what's funny is Kickley reached out to me, and Kickley was like, can I go to the meet and greet? I'm like, fuck yeah, you're a guest. You're a special guest at the show. You can go to the meet and greet.
Go wherever you want, dude.
Yeah. I was just like, dude, yeah, you can go, Yeah, I mean, like I said, people are there checking your badges and shit. You just can't walk in off the street to it. But yeah, commander's package people get to go to it. Special guests get to go to it because people probably want to meet Kickley. He's a great guy,
Yeah.
And the gold sponsors, all of our gold sponsors get to go to it. So
yes, my handler will be there, 100%.
Chad's handler, yeah. Will man be driving with you, or should be flying in later?
That's on TBD.
TBD.
Yeah,
that'll be on the next podcast.
No, you know how it is. That's that private behind the scenes working out stuff.
Well, Jeff can be your handler then.
Bobby Vala's my handler.
He's your handler?
Bobby.
Wow, high praise to you, man.
Dipshit in some YouTube, or as you were, some dipshit in some Facebook toy group said that I needed to go back and cry to my handler, and I'm like, oh, now he's my fucking handler.
Oh wow,
so that's been the running joke for a
gotcha.
Lot, is that Bobby's my handler. So I guess he sicks me on people, not like he needs me to be sicked on people.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think Bobby can handle his own shit.
Well, your package belongs to the Mam Chad, so technically you do have a command. Yeah, that's true. I have a commander's
package.
Oh,
you get to see it in a jar every day.
It's so pretty.
Jeffy,
So,
before we wind down, I kind of want your perspective because you were there last year, made you want to come back this year. You know, as a celebrity attendee with a dog who, you know, who's just as popular as you are.
A little more popular.
There was no dog there.
I don't know about that. If your dog was there and you weren't, I'd be like, where the fuck is Jeff?
That's fair.
Right?
Okay.
So, what are you most looking forward to? Like, what's your big thing? I mean, aside from the friends and the people we all know, but like show wise, what's your excitement?
I'm curious as to see what the Valaverse exclusive is because I'll probably pick up one or two of those. You know, just because. The Valaverse exclusive, I'll probably pick up one or two. Yeah, fair enough. I'm looking forward to that Delta 17 stuff, seeing that in person. I'm looking forward to seeing Take Me Home Tonight Toys again and Empire Toys. Like, they're good people, and I really like them. I like buying from them. I feel okay giving them my money.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the big thing. That's a big thing.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. Like, vote with your wallets, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
And, like, I say it every year for the past 3 years, but this year I'm going to get that VTech set that dude sells for dirt cheap this year at the start of the show. I probably won't, though. The spiritual successor to Mask, he brings all of it, and he's like, $250. And I'm, what about 200, dude? And he's like, no. So I'm going to try to give him $250 this year. We'll see what happens. But,
Do you remember which vendor that was, Jeff?
Yes, but I can't remember his name. If I saw his face, I'd tell you.
Gotcha.
And now that Kickley's going to be there, I'm going to root through some of my childhood stuff and see if I can find the Rhino instruction booklet and things like that and see if he'll sign it for me. Because Mask is my jam. Like, and the Grimlock voice actor being there is going to be awesome. The Storm Shadow voice actor being there is awesome. Like, I definitely want a Grimlock voice message for my voicemail. Me, Grimlock, Jeff not here.
Grimlock, this Jeff phone. Like, how cool is that shit, right? I mean, you can get Keone Young. Do some Storm Shadow shit. Spirit, Firefly.
You probably get all of them to do it.
So cool. Sorry, Suka is low-key texting me.
It's okay.
Damn, dude.
But
Anyway,
really, though, like you said
right
it initially,
right? This show tonight, all the stuff we've been talking about. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Jeff. I'll have you continue a second.
Bastard.
People are already posting the stuff that Greg and Bobby have already talked about in Facebook groups.
It's hilarious.
Oh yeah.
As you were, Jeff, continue, please. I just thought it was funny.
But really though, like the toys are great. Like, don't get me wrong, and the people doing responsible for these toys even better. But I want to hug my friends again. I want to shake their hands. I want to ask how they've been, and
don't touch me.
That's what I want. That's what I look forward to, is that seeing people. And you know, I have a couple of gifts to give people for what they did for Dobby, and I'm looking forward to giving that to them.
Yeah.
People really fucking stepped up that I didn't expect, and like I owe them at least a bottle of something, you know. So, and I'm excited to get Dobby there. I want Dobby to get his picture taken with as many people as he can.
I love Dobby.
Yeah, he's a good boy.
He's a good boy.
Yeah.
Last year, Mython was the secondary handler. This year, it's Woody. So, yeah.
Greg?
Patriot Force, yeah. In fact, you were responsible for Patriot Force, weren't you?
What do you mean?
Is Patriot Force going to be there?
At DFW?
Yeah.
Why
you were
was I
my contact.
responsible for that?
Yeah, you were my. In fact, when we were having tacos that Brian didn't get to eat, I think we were talking about Patriot Force.
Yep.
I apologize. My brain has been so fried on who's going to be there.
Yes. Patriot Force will be there.
Yeah.
And they're, for anyone who cares, their Kickstarter goes live in 5 days. That's for another show. That's for another conversation. But yes, Patriot Force will be there. And Ryan and his son are freaking awesome people. And they also a portion of the proceeds of their Kickstarter for all their figures will go to charities of fallen soldiers.
Good deal. Yeah,
Absolutely.
you were responsible for being in contact with them, which I appreciate.
Hey man, well, like we all know somebody, right?
Yep,
Rising
yep.
tide raises all ships. Masterson 42, once again, anytime I say his name, I have to give him a crisp salute because he deserves it.
Yep.
I will be in DFW this weekend. Will Cotswold be open? I want to swing by and say hello and buy some cool shit.
Have Master Son 42 reach out to me at service@cotswold-llc.com and I'll give him some information.
I'm not fucking typing that because I forgot half of it already.
Tell them to go to gijoelite.com, gijoelite.com, one word, which is our website, and there'll be a contact information there, and just have them reach out to that email. I can't talk about it online, so. But
I understand.
Yeah.
That was shady as fuck. Anyway,
I just can't.
49er Brian, guys, should I go? I don't know anybody. Should you go where? To DFW? Fuck yeah, you should.
Fuck yeah.
Come on, man. It's $75 for everything. Even if you only want to go one day, come to the swap and just hang out. Just say hi. I'll give you a free sticker. Jeff will give you a hug. You can pet his dog. That's it.
I also come to the Airbnb Sunday night. We opted for not the hotel, Greg. I'm sorry, but we got an Airbnb, and Sunday night we're gonna have a big ass barbecue. But we're gonna have burgers, fucking hot dogs. Everyone that is going to the show is more than welcome to come to the Airbnb and have a burger. I promise. You will not be turned away.
Suka says
Unless
I
you're
hear
an asshole.
Dobby has the Admiral's package.
He does.
Oh, Cooter. What's up, Cooter?
Hey, Cooter.
Cooter says, yo, Jeff.
Yo, sir.
Nobody says yo to me. You know?
Yo, Chad.
Yo,
Everyone always asks, where is Sasquatch? But no one asks, how is Sasquatch?
He needs love like everybody else.
Yeah, 49er Brian, you better come, dude.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, see?
Hang out.
I'll be there and we can talk about the Empire. There you go. It's all good.
So HGC is correct. The Mattel Distribution Center is in the area, and that is where we are going Saturday for a pit stop on the Grand Toy Scale.
Yeah, it's over in Fort Worth, and it's amazing, man. It's like shit.
I'm looking for Turtles of Grayskull, and I hope to God I can get a Leonardo there.
They had some Motu there. I went there like 2 or 3 years ago, and they had some pretty good amount of Motu that was over there. So
yeah.
Anthony, thank you very much, man. I missed every single one of you. Truly. Like I can't say it enough. I really can't. Speaking of missing people, look at this fucking mook. Toy Gains sends a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. You could have just put a regular chat, but you know, I love you. I've been sorting toy accessories for an hour. That's always a fun pastime.
Yep.
While listening, figured I'd tip my bartender. Thank you. And enjoy your Memorial Day. You too, my friend. I love you. I miss you. Thank you very much. Very cool.
Thanks, Big A.
Yeah. Dude, Patrick Strauko. Sorry, I'm mad late. What the?
Jeez.
3.5. That's cool, brother. It's all good, and there's a replay squad for a reason, and replay is always loved. So at least you popped in. Thank you for being here. It's good to see you. We need a crossover between Barbie. No, we don't. We really don't. Oh, John, what's up? Good to see you, sir.
John,
I
good to see you, man.
Like John's like my age, right? Mine, yours, Greg. Like we're all the same age, but I always call
I'm
him
much
sir.
younger than both of you.
Yeah,
Good to see
you're
you, John.
young.
Yeah.
You got both Mikey and John. Ooh.
Patrick, just hit that rewind. Real quick, I'm gonna bring this up, and I'm just gonna pause on it. I have a feeling Jeff's gonna chime in on it first.
What?
I have so many words that I can't say right now, and I'm
It's
struggling.
Chad's favorite guy, the Island Viper, aka Terry Ruin, aka the guy who makes videos about me but can't say my motherfucking name, is going to have 4 action figures made. They might be like CIA or Blackwater military contractor figures, O-rings. Cool. Well, I will give him a couple of my barely hard-earned dollars, and I'll review them. Just to be fair, since I am the face of the toxic GI Joe community. 2 words that I cannot fucking stand.
Aren't you a dude bro too, or whatever?
Yeah, I am a 2-hour chat dude, bro. But I'm also a rage baiting grifter. But fuck that guy. Yeah. Cool.
There's a lot of stupid shit done in the name of this toy groupings, and it's I'm not going to say anything else.
But hey, if he puts out figures, I'll check one out for sure.
Yeah, I mean, I might as well, you know.
I'll check one out. Yeah,
sure.
Will that guy's band be safe? I don't know. He might want to bro up with Shartimus so they don't get attacked. But
Jesus.
Yeah. John is for sure not my age, despite his youthful appearance. Yeah, that's true. Embargo, what do you think of the Rise of Nexus figures? I think they're freaking rad. And Wilhelm had them on his channel earlier. I missed it because I was doing yard work, and I'm going to watch that on replay when we're done here. Yeah. I heard that you guys have a great relationship. I don't look, man. I didn't come back from a long break to have fucking drama at the end of the day. But the bottom line is, I don't have beef with people. If people got beef with me, that's on them. You know, just because you don't like my opinion. Don't worry about what I don't like. Why don't you focus on what you do like instead? That's all I'm going to say. Right?
Well said. Well said.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah. Switch gears. Mother Slug. Curious. Chad, do you read comics? Absolutely. What do you think about the new Image Comics GI Joe series? Greg, have you been getting into that? The Dark Energon or any of that stuff, like Good Guy Baroness? Are you on any of that?
According, in my opinion, GI Joe ended after issue 155. That's to me canon. I don't.
There you go.
I try to do all the other ones, and it just didn't have that magic for me. So, but 155, and that's it. No more.
Jeff, are you in on the Dark Energon stuff?
I'm in on the Energon universe. I really, really, really enjoy it. And whether it be the Matt Tracker from my childhood or whatever, I was fucking super excited to see Matt Tracker in that comic.
Yeah, I guess he's like Clutch's bro, right? He's like,
yeah, they know each other, yeah. And like the fact that they even brought up and mentioned Mask or had it implied that they're another agency fucking makes me happy. I want to see the rest of the team.
Look,
you know?
if the Hasbro cinematic universe didn't have to be stuck with Lorenzo Di Bonaventura, that fucking idiot, you could have done so much with Transformers and Joe, and that the Nest guys in the first movie could have been Joe. Then you could have tied in like Mask is using like Energon, you know, technology, and boop, 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 their vehicles. Man, you could have done a million things.
Oh,
but
you
no,
almost like some
Ventura.
It's almost like someone wrote a script that would have tied all that together so they could all go together. And that guy should be in fucking Paramount Lot right now helping get this movie done. But instead they rejected it because they're assholes.
Well, that's stupid. That's all terrible. Terrible ideas, Jeff. Okay, so I kind of partially have to agree with both of you, not to sound like political about it.
Sure.
I love the original Marvel run. As much as I love Hama's work, not everything is gold, right? This newer Real American Hero with like Cobra owns casinos, and now there's Serpentor Khan, and Kamakura's Snake Eyes because now it's a mantle, and spoiler alert, you know, just like some of it just got away. I do like the Dark Energon stuff. I've shown it before. I think I showed it on Wednesday on somebody's stream, but I mean, my phone background is the Dark Energon, Cobra Commander, and Megatron for a reason. Like, if you had told me a couple of years ago, oh, they're gonna like redo this whole GI Joe Transformers thing, and it's gonna be Dark Energon, and they're gonna tie in Cobra Law, and be like, nah, that's not gonna fly. But it did, because good
really
writing
well.
will always like carry your ideas. I think some of it's great, some of it not so. Like the Scarlet run was a little. The Duke run was good. I like the whole thing. Like, he saw a Transformer and they're like, yeah, we're going to take you out of the field. You know, you had one too many hits to the head. So they did a lot of good stuff. Devil's Due had a couple of hits, couple of misses, but I'm pretty much the OG run. I have been recollecting all of the individual issues as part of, you know, as my toy collecting. I don't want to say winds down, but I pretty much have everything I want between 82 and now. So collecting issues is good. I have like I have Mask issue #1 right there. That's GI Joe Special Missions #1. Yeah, I got a lot of comic collections. But
I remember when you bought that Mask #1.
that's right. You were with me when I bought Mask issue #1.
We were together, yeah.
Yeah. We were toy hunting. And then Mother Slug. I still want to hear my earlier question that Chad will talk about later. It's 2 hours. Now it's 3.5 hours. What do I think about the lack of classified toys right now? I don't know. I wasn't really brushing off the question, but I don't think that's a question for me, honestly.
Yeah.
Being someone who's not invested in that line, I just really look at it from the sidelines, almost like an academic perspective.
Mm-hmm. I can tell you it sucks.
I'm sure it does, but you know, there was a lot of, you know, and Greg can attest to this. There was a lot of like, you know, manufacturing, distributing, retailing kind of upheaval lately, and it's got to normalize. And I think that's probably the plainest way that I could put that. I don't know. When you have a line that relies entirely on nostalgia, yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I'm gonna leave it at that. I know their sales numbers for the past 3 years. That I do know. And I know what they're projecting for next year. So we'll see how that works out. I'm not going to say shit about it because, again, it's not my line. I'm not invested. Honestly, Mother Slug, if you want to ask that question, and this is not throwing shade, this is just being like fair. If you want to ask that question, go ask that to like a Punk with Toys or Toy Kind of Mood, or I would say fucking Viper Island, but that dude doesn't talk to anybody. But go ask classified channels that question.
Yeah, you don't have a dog in that fight.
Fuck no. Mm-mm.
Yeah, there's I know that Woody is feeling that. Like he's a big collector of classified, like huge collector of classified.
Yeah.
I know that it's not ideal. You know, that's the best answer I can give from as a collector of classified Joe.
In all fairness, he said, I came to you because you're a huge Joe fan. Yeah, for sure. I keep up to date with Joe news. Yeah, 100%. I still know people with stuff, but yeah, I don't. Yeah, same time says ask Smoking Joe's. Oh, look at that little shameless plug.
Every Saturday at 6 Eastern on Same Time Toys.
But yeah, Mother Slug. Look, at the end of the day, if you like a thing and you can't get it, like, I empathize with that 100%, because I liked that Walmart. I don't want to call it retro because it wasn't retro. Retro would be O-ring, but the Walmart exclusive 4-inch line that they had going for a couple of years, I liked it. I really did. I was happy to see $11 figures, $20 vehicles. That's what GI Joe to me needed. I'm not saying it didn't need classified, but it needed like lower price points so kids would play with it. And I was bummed when they stopped that. I think for anybody who collects any line, if you're having a shortage or there's a drought, I think it sucks.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's the reality of it. Speaking of which, Greg.
Yeah.
Hiya Joe's, right?
Yeah. Yes, Hiya Joe.
I still have not seen the Viper, the Crimson Guard. I haven't seen those. Where the fuck are those?
Those are Asia exclusives. They
all are.
This is the weird thing about Hiya Toys. First that we were getting everything, and then all of a sudden they go, "Oh no, these GI Joes will be exclusive to China." I don't know if it's a license thing or whatever it is, but every so often they'll throw us a fucking bone, and they're like, "Oh, you can get this one," and then I'll go, "Well, can I get this one, this and this and this one?" And they're like, "No." In fact, the minute you put out the Outback figure, I was like, "Oh fuck, I gotta contact him." I contact him, sent him that one, and I think there was one right before him, and I was like, "Can we get these?" And they're like, "No, these are for Asia only." So there's no rhyme nor reason to their logic on what is and what can get here. I think we have Zorana coming in Q3 and somebody else coming in Q3 or Q4. And then after that, it went dry spell again. So it's not for a lack of trying. It's just their distribution model is whack, man. I like the stuff. I mean, we did Assembly Required, and we were selling that stuff like crack at the show. But I don't know, they just don't give a shit about U.S. market, or I don't know. I can't put my head around it,
Well, didn't you and I discuss the reason why?
Well, I mean, I'm sure it's a three. It's like, I know within licensing that a company they can get a particular license. Like I'll say, they're going to get the license for a 12-inch figure, but they only have distribution in like the US, and somebody else can get a license and it's only for Asia or something like that. And to me, that would be the natural thing, and I know some companies get around it where they don't call it an action figure, they call it a model kit or shit like that. But them it just, I don't know. I mean, you may know more than I do. It's just, there's no consistency on that. I was told initially, this is a China-only product. This is an Asian market-only product. But then they throw me a bone every so while. So I don't know if my distributor is working an angle with them where I can get it every so often. But I don't know. I mean, what did you hear?
Bottom line, several years ago, before the restructuring of the contracts with Super 7, right, for the Reaction Plus O-Ring figures to include vehicles and playsets, a lot of people missed that part.
Right.
But Super 7's got their own problems going on right now.
Yeah.
I'm not going to get into, because we Ryan and I beat that up on Wednesday. Everybody's been beating that up.
Yep. Dead horse.
Hasbro's whole thing was make more from less, right? I'm sure everyone remembers several years ago, Chris Cox said, we're going to lower production, blah, 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 like profits.
Right.
So the way to do that is license stuff out, do more crowd funds. That was their two, like, from the top. More licensing, more crowd funds.
Right.
As hitting both of those points for Joe, the plan for 118, do the O-ring stuff with Super 7.
Right.
Only animated comics. That was their left and right limit.
Right.
The classic design O-rings were going to stay with Hasbro for the Transformer crossover sets, which we started seeing coming out.
Right.
But everything that's comics and animation was going to go to Super 7.
Right.
To include like vehicles that had never been seen and so on and so forth. The crowdfunding thing, Hasbro, as they were negotiating the deal with Hiya for Hiya to do their modern construction Joes,
mm-hmm.
Hasbro was going to bring back the figure subscription service So, which is
Oh.
basically HasLab for figures, right? You pay
Gotcha.
an annual fee, you get so many figures a year. Haya's contract was locked into Asian markets only because the figure subscription service was supposed to come back. They were intrinsically tied together.
Gotcha. I did not know that.
The figure subscription service thing, it kind of went off the table, came back on the table. All of this is during the time of Hasbro trying to strong arm Rhode Island with the we might move to Boston, which, I mean, that was like 50-50 bullshit because so many of their people weren't going to make the move.
Right.
So you had this Haya thing tied with the figure subscription service thing, which was tied with the do we move to, right? And that's all corporate stuff. That's how corporations work.
Right.
The figure subscription service thing, again, like I said, it went off the table, came back on the table. It's question mark, but the Haya Toys contract has never been readdressed. That's why you can go to Big Bad Toy Store and I can buy Haya alien shit. I mean, I got the APC right down here. That was from fucking GameStop, right?
Yeah. You
Or
got
you can
Godzilla
get
and all that other
their
stuff. Yeah.
Judge Dredd shit, which is awesome, but you can't get their Joes.
Yeah.
And that is why. Asian markets only, because we were bringing back our figure subscription service and we don't want a licensee contributing or conflicting with us directly. They just didn't need their own competition. But so now it's all fucked up.
Yeah. It's all over the board.
And I want the Haya Joes if that's the only 4-inch modern Joes I'm going to get. Now, granted, the only one that I really, really liked was the Cobra Commander because that was a redesign. But
yeah, and that was a pretty clean one. I like that one.
Yeah, it's all just, it's wacky right now. So
yeah, I wanted to get like the Vipers and those other ones. I think Crocmaster was another one, but it was just like they're like nope, yes, nope, yes.
That sucks.
Yeah.
There were some that I wanted. They just showed the whatever the new Walking Dead series is. I don't watch that shit anymore, but
right.
They just showed a Haya Toys like Walking Dead figure, and I was like, that would go really well with Cobra Troopers. I'm actually going to post that when we're done, but you know,
yeah, they did that, and they did Star Trek and the Godzilla. They have a bunch of licenses, but the GI Joe one is just the one that's just been stock blocked.
Yeah. Woody says, I got all the Haya Joes released so far. Yeah, there's places where you can get them. Like if you know where to look, like was it Cool Guy Toys? I know, Greg, every time you get them, I buy them from you.
Yeah.
You know, just because, you know, it's you. I'd rather buy them from you. So.
Thank you.
I want to Storm Shadow because he's from the RPG. That's the original classified design with the Batman gauntlets and the Bane mask and the full sleeve tattoo. That figure looked good. I reviewed it and then I gave it away. But
yeah, that one and Snake Eyes and Storm Shadow, the first two, they came, we had them, they went, and you just couldn't find them anymore.
No. And that's another thing with modern the toy industry now. How do you get people to want to get invested in your line if, you know, you're already a couple waves deep and somebody comes in and they're like, cool, well, I can't get any of those figures.
Yeah.
And that's not just Hasbro. It's not just Joe. It's almost everything. So it's just weird. You know, it's not like it used to be, you know, back in our day, you know.
Yeah, I mean, Star Wars, I remember Star Wars, you could get R2-D2 from beginning to end, you know.
Same with Darth Vader, Chewbacca, Stormtroopers. Yeah, you can get any of them. What, the 90 whatever they were. I'm sorry, I'm not the biggest Star Wars fan, but
right, yeah, gotcha.
Every figure they produced, they sold it until 85 when they stopped.
Yep.
You know how hard it is to get an R2-D2 in Black Series 1/12 scale? It is goddamn near impossible. I went to Texas at that big GI Joe store where they have all the big Star Wars store. Where they have all the Star Wars you'd ever want, ever possible. They're all here. Wandered around for 45 minutes, looked at their entire wall of Black Series. Guess how many R2-D2s I found?
0.
Jack and shit. And then when I asked you to, Yeah, and I asked the dude, I was like, do you have any R2D2s? Oh, no, but we've got this. I'm like, well, I don't fucking want that. I want R2D2. Then I left their store.
We've got an R5D4.
That's not the same.
You
Yeah,
can paint it blue. Come on.
Suka's got a point. Yeah, they want to be a licensor like Disney, and they want to make games, and that's not throwing shade. Like they said it openly, and that's fine.
You know, the thing that always, you know, that one guy was talking about classified and not being able to get it. I mean, shit. I mean, we've all gone through this cycle because, you know, when 12-inch collectors, it became a barren wasteland. You know, classified came out and then nobody got it, and then we were just sitting out there with a fucking tin cup, you know, taking it to try to get anything, and then
may I have some more?
yeah, and then 3 3/4-inch guys got a taste of it, and they're like, oh fuck, you know. But I mean, it's like my biggest gripe, and like I said, I don't know, I don't say I don't have a dog in the fight, but the 50th anniversary of GI Joe, which should have been the celebration of the 64 Joes. And Daryl DePriest proved you could make this stuff pretty fucking cheap, put it out there. And it was 3 3/4-inch guys. And I don't even think it was O-ring guys. I think it was like 25th anniversary bodies. And no shade upon that. I collected 25th anniversary bodies, but it was like the 50th anniversary. Why would you release 3 3/4-inch Joes for the 25th for the 50th anniversary? Yeah. And then the 60th anniversary, which was last year, it was classified Joes. And I just was like wrapping my head. I was like, this is your fucking intellectual property. You own G.I. Joe. You have the tooling. They released Adventure Team G.I. Joes at Walmart for $10 a pop.
Yep.
You know, it's like, why can't you do? And they even did the 1964 Joes for $10 a pop. And I was just like, throw a bone to your people. You know, you have fans out there. They're not. I know they're not your bread and butter, but I mean, fucking, if Mattel could figure it out with Barbie, you know, why can't Hasbro figure it out for Joe? I just never. I'm sorry, I'm get off my soapbox for that one.
No, Greg, it's cool, man. Like that's what we want to hear as fans. We all get it.
Yeah,
you know.
And so yeah, now both of us and 3 3/4-inch guys are out there rattling our fucking 10 cups, going, "Please, son, I have a Cobra Commander." You know.
See, here's the thing, though. This is what I always say. This is just my argument, and again, this is from me, right? Like from my perspective, there are more 1/18 scale toys now than ever before, right? Like no one can argue that. Look at all the independent lines. I mean, there's still companies making 1/18 scale stuff. If Hasbro says we don't want to make them, we'll still make them, it'll be sparingly, we'll sprinkle them out every now and again, that's fine, right? But I can go to Haya, maybe. I can go to Joy Toy. I can go to Legends of the Hidden Force, Call Sign Longbow, like Strike Force Alpha, Delta 17, like you name it. There are other new, exciting, maybe another one soon, you know, lines out there. If they want my money, fuck yeah, I'll put them in my cases with my Joes.
Yeah.
That's all there's to it. Like, there's only one company that really wants to turn their back on 1/18 scale. Only one. No one else has said, "Oh, this scale doesn't sell."
Yeah.
Well, even Kentucky Fried Chicken, Kentucky Fried Toys, like their Western stuff is 4-inch, right?
Oh,
and like,
speaking of which, look at this guy creeping.
What's up, Ken?
Creep.
Good to see you, Ken.
How sketchy is that, right? As soon as I said Delta 17, look whose name popped up.
What's going on, Ken?
It's like Beetlejuice.
Beetlejuice.
Ken's a good dude.
Yeah, but anyway, you know what I mean? Dreadnought, I want your money. Hey, I don't care who it, right? Again, like we were talking about Island Viper, if he puts out decent 1/18 scale figures, sure, I'll buy him. Yeah. I mean, that guy, like, maybe I live rent free in his head. Maybe he fucking hates my guts. He's never even talked to me once. But if he puts out good toys, I might buy him. I don't give two fucks. So that's just me. Anywho, moving on. Jacob Real says Chad, Jeff, and Greg. And all the Chad holes. That's everybody here, by the way.
I'm a Chad hole.
I mean, kind of by default, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. thank you. It has been a blast having a 4.5-hour chat dude bro stream again. Yeah, I mean, the first hour was members only. You all have a great weekend. Stay safe. I'll see you in the next one. Thank you, Jake. And again, thank you for helping me unass my Joe room, my dude. I appreciate
Thanks, Jacob.
it very much.
Yeah, I'm up to 3 piss bottles over here, by the way. So,
are you peeing in bottles?
hey, man, I'm 53 years old. My bladder's kind of jacked up. I gotta go pay sometimes.
Are you pissing on stream?
No. No, my balls and my ass are fucking numb from sitting in a wooden chair for 3 hours.
No, it's all good. I do want to say before we wind it down that tomorrow's Memorial Day. I hope everyone has an awesome and safe Memorial Day. Also, remember what Memorial Day is about, please, pretty please.
Amen to that, man.
You know, enjoy your barbecues and your beers and all that stuff, but remember, right, like the people that are no longer around to give you these awesome freedoms that sadly a lot of people take for granted. Right? So have some discourse, disagree, but remember, like, it's the freedoms that you're afforded that give you the ability to disagree with people and you know, be allowed to do it. So I want to thank you all for hanging out with us tonight. Please support DFW GI Joe Show because these people give a shit, and
thank you.
You know, it's important. Jeffy, anything?
Yeah. So if you like video games, tomorrow at noon to 3 Central Time, Chadwick, myself, and someone else will be playing Wrath of Cobra, a pixelated beat 'em up game. And then Tuesday through Friday from 12 to 3, video games will be played on my channel, of course. And then Friday on my new channel, Just Jeff's Toys, I'll be dropping my first figure review in about 6 months. So come check that. Well, not really this Storm Shadow, but regardless, that's where the toy content's going to be. Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern, come join us for Smoking Joe's over on Shane's channel. I produce and sometimes give my 2 cents about things and funny videos. It's a good time. Dear Lord, I think that's all. Tuesday, Figure Fight Club, 8 o'clock. Come see me there. I'm part of the Tuesday night crew. Okay.
Are you good?
I fucking hope so. I'm sure I've got something.
Stream whore. Are you done?
Wow.
He's going to be at Laugh Factory on Saturday, too.
HGC wants us to go another hour, but we can't because Hella Dope's about to come on, and I don't want to walk on people because that's disrespectful. I've done it sometimes on accident. I don't mean to. Yeah. I can't thank everybody enough. Greg, you, Jeff, Bobby Vala for popping in, everybody for hanging out in the chat. Thank you all. I missed this. I did. I truly, truly missed this. And Greg, what you got, buddy?
You know, DFWJoeShow.com. I just wanted to say, man, you know, I'm really honored that, you know, you've been on hiatus and you came back and you had me and Jeff on your first return show. So thank you for that. And thank you for being a supporter of the show. So I just tell everybody, just go to the website, you know, click on the link, check out the Facebook page. We put up updates, but the more the merrier. We want everybody to come to the show and have a lot of fun. So, thank you.
You're the best, Greg. Yeah, so thank you all for being here. Please enjoy your Memorial Day. Stay safe. If you know someone who's lost someone in the line of service, like, you know, just reach out to them. You know what I mean? I love you all. Please go watch Hella Dope Toys. They have a random diorama on tonight, and he's going to show off some rad shit because I got one of them right here. So, yeah. But tonight was all about Greg, DFW GI Joe Show, so it's not the time and place.
It would have been okay. We talked about classified forever.
No. We try to not, you know. Ghostbusters always said don't cross the stream. So, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Greg, sign us out.
My ass is asleep, and I haven't eaten for 4 hours. Have a great night.
Ay, mira.
Yeah. Yeah. You had to have that. I had to give that to you. That outro sucked. Have an awesome day.
Chad, how insensitive of you.